Hello everybody, I'm just about ready to get started. Welcome Black Spidey. Welcome rothenalch, or Rothen. Yeah, so for the thing with the ads is I try to catch it before people actually usually hop on. Usually notifications take a few minutes to come out. So I try to time it the almost bare minimum time the stream has to run in order to run the ad, and it's automated. So hopefully if people come in like a couple minutes late, as in like 4 or 5 minutes after stream start, usually the ads are done by then and people don't have to see them. So that's the purpose of it. I don't want money from it. I just think pre-rolls are dumb. If I had the ability to, I would remove them completely. But anyway, let's talk about today. So from our standpoint, it is still rare week, so I'd like to focus not on leveling new characters necessarily, but rare stuff. Once it goes into Saturday evening / Sunday morning / Sunday evening, it's going to be XP week, so people looking to start new characters or people that haven't hit Ultimate yet, those are going to be the days definitely to hop in, because we're looking to power level on one of those days. I haven't picked one. I'm gonna say arbitrarily maybe Sunday evening or something. So that way we can go forward and try those cookie level up quests. Because I have a feeling it's gonna take a little under 3 hours in real time. But we'll see what happens. Welcome Ephinea, hope you're doing well. So yeah, we're just seeing who's around to play, potentially. I'm thinking of going straight into TTF. I have not done my TTFs of the day. I just got back from stuff with family. So if there are people interested, let me know. I guess I should formally state the soundtrack for those not aware. Listening to Mega Man X, fantastic soundtrack. Yeah, just let me know, chat, if you think I should bump up the game volume. About to jump into the game. Welcome TheEmblemHero, hope you're doing well. Yeah, the XP is going to be up, but we're probably still going to use cookies to level because they're broken. Just to be honest with you. I mean, I saw the 700 plus XP a second, and I'm like, yeah, never mind. We're doing this for XP week at some point. So I think from the standpoint, I'm going to just go ahead and bring in the Ramar. Are there people that would like to join in on TTF? I'm going to ask before I go into solo. Not too far from leveling at the moment. I'm gonna switch out my 9000M. Both ends in a TTF run. Well, if you're decently far in it, I don't mind waiting a couple minutes. I have to get some setup. Okay, so it sounds like there's interest. So we're gonna sit for a few minutes as people get situated. I gotta swap mech guns anyway. Oh, is it still that awful cast? Yeah, it is. The time of the Humars is now, chat. Classic. Ooh, this one's first on the soundtrack list? Interesting. I was expecting to hear some Chill Penguin. I'm like, this isn't Chill Penguin. Guess the soundtrack doesn't follow boss order. Let's see. Swap it out. Yeah, we're gonna do some experimenting today, I think. Is this up before? TTF, I've run it a lot. It's just slowly improving it, little by little. I'm so sad I don't have a dark striker. I want it so bad, chat. Yeah, 35 hit, or not 35 hit, 35 dark and 15 hit. I think it does actually make a difference. I don't think I need this in single player necessarily, the hit percentage, but in multiplayer, it does make a difference. It's much easier for me to power. Yeah, we're gonna wait a couple minutes. So take your time, get some items that you need, swap what you need to do. we're gonna consult the almighty gamble guide. I'm telling you, chat, I must have looked at this a million times. I don't know why I can't remember what it is. I think it's technically still Thursday, according to the server. So there's nothing on Thursday. Friday, I think, is okay. But I think there's literally nothing I want on Thursday, unless I want to get a God Technique. How bad do I want a God Technique? We'll try a couple times while we wait. Oh, there we go. You have a tutorial on how to set up the kill counter, item reader, etc. I do, actually. It's the latest video in our guide playlist. If you do !PSO guide, I talk about the ones that I downloaded, which is just one. I only downloaded one from what I recall. Maybe a separate thing for XP reading. Maybe. I always forget. But either way, it uses the same base. And from that standpoint, the minimap stuff, I explain how to get the minimap the way I have it. So you can either copy what I wrote in the YouTube description, or you can follow along and convert to colors that you like, or add or remove items. Like some people, for example, don't want to see evade materials, defense materials necessarily as drops, because they just don't care. Some people don't want to trade it. Just a sample. So we'll do a couple gambles as we wait. Handgun. Yeah, we have a zip file on our Discord with the stuff that we're using on stream. Although I didn't make one for the latest. Maybe at the end of the year I'll zip up another folder. Yeah, like the minimap stuff is very straightforward. That doesn't require any add-ons, and that's why I put it on the add-on video, because I feel like people don't realize that it's something you could do in base Ephinea. Also, what's wrong with this? I don't think I've ever noticed that before. Is something wrong with his face? Hold on, this is really bothering me. Can we get like a zoom in of him? Why is he transparent? That can't be right. Yeah, something's wrong with his graphic. Oops. I feel like I've seen him before. And now I'm looking at him here and he also looks messed up. Huh. Weird. Hunting for a lost package, oh no. Yeah, it's 20 minutes. It'll cover basically how to grab from GitHub if you've never done that before, downloading it, where to put it, and then very basic just opening the menu. But I recommend you just take some time once you have the menu open and just click and see what things do. I don't go into super detail for the add-on. The more intent is just to understand how to install them and maybe how to do some basic tweaks for it. But it's mostly just aimed at making sure that people are able to, I don't know, like change the reticle color or rotation speed whenever they target something, if they want to differentiate the numpad, what it's able to target. This is more relevant if you have a static character and you have certain ranges for spells. Helps that you have a visual cue. So for example, if Grants is the thing that you can target long range with, you might turn the cursor white. Maybe that'll be a visual cue to help you understand it a little easier for readability. Just samples. I leave it as default. I don't think I care that much about it, but some people do. And it doesn't hurt to have the different numpads, potentially different colors. Just because it'd be nice to know, like, okay, if you're targeting it with the green cursor, what is the green cursor? Is that your Foe? Is that your Zond? And so if you start associating mentally the color of the cursor with the number you have to press on the keyboard, for example, that could be beneficial. So I'm not saying there's no use, I've already learned to not care about it. So I don't pay attention to the color of the cursor. But for some people, it might be a game changer. At some point, we'll do a video on Joy-to-Key, which is the thing that I use. That'll be post-event, though. I do not want to film or stream anything PSO related that is not immediately going to be gameplay. And if people have some questions with it, Maybe I'll expand the existing guide for it, but I think for the most part, it's really straightforward. Once you get past the hard part is just the install. Once you get past the install, everything else is just click menus, experiment, see what works for you. And if people just want my settings, then it's there. Okay, so we have 2 people, so we just need 1 more person. Ooh, nice, we have a raw marl. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna appreciate that shift to 20. And also eventually Zalur on bosses. Do I need anything else before we go further? I keep putting away the music discs and they come here. Welcome, Sai. Is there anything I needed mono grinded? Maybe? I'll check real quick. I was gonna say, I felt like my frozen shooter was not capped. I was like, I'm pretty sure it wasn't +8. Everything else is good to go. Yeah, okay. All verified. Then saying Falls is dead. Good timing. I think I'm about ready to get started. Remedian's about to apologize to chat. Oh no, what does that mean? Hopefully it doesn't get stuck in your head for too long. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna go with I don't know what that means. HellCleave says old song. I'll take your word for it. That doesn't even... yeah, if you said it's a song, nothing comes to mind. Couldn't tell you an artist, genre, year. Sort through. Alright, so we're just waiting on 1 person. Rothen will join us in a little bit. Hopefully Promethean and HellCleave are both doing well tonight. I'm now looking at the song. Okay, you're in? Good, good. Oh. Haven't heard of him. Let's proceed. Well, I'm noticing some low health totals. This is gonna be an interesting Falls experience. I'm gonna wish you all good luck. I hope you brought scape dolls. I'm seeing like sub 700. I'm like, that feels like the danger zone to me. I have too many items. I need to put away frozen shooter. Well, no, I used frozen shooter in this run. Whatever. Yeah, I was trying to determine the general period. It's like, I don't know how much 80s music I really listen to. feel like family mostly listened to 70s and 60s as opposed to 80s. Well, that shift to 30 is gonna feel good. I want to do at least 2 TTF because my goal is to level every time I play this character on just pure TTF. I'm like, I didn't look at the lyrics, so I don't even know what the song is about. So I'll send you a comment there. I feel like lately I've only been listening to game or like anime soundtracks, to be honest. I haven't listened to like metal or heavy rock in a really long time. Rip the boxes though. I'll switch to the hit percentage. I ran so far away. Well, if you name things that are in Grand Theft Auto, I'm more likely to recognize it. A flock of seagulls. Goodbye, lilies. Playing Vice City last night. Yeah, that's probably one of the few game soundtracks I like legitimately have purchased. I still have the box that it came in. Alright, Chad could go to next room. Just pop me up a telepipe once you're able to get in. I'll stay behind. I'm gonna see if I could get some XP and or random items for the team. Nothing of interest there. No, too early. You're not in the right room. Oops. Menued incorrectly there. Oh boy, there's like 3 of them. I'm just gonna pick one at random. Okay, there we go. Come on, invincibility. Don't make me learn the worm boss. Like, this is the only thing I want to avoid. Such a good soundtrack on all the stations. It's pretty good. Oh, we need everybody to step on the portal, please. Ooh, I'm the only one that got invincibility. Good luck, team. Get our mandatory 2 cannon roost shots out. And then back to Excalibur we go. And team actually cannon roosted enough damage that it popped the plate early for me, so that's good. Big damage to boss. GG. Good job, team. I'm gonna spam Resta while I'm waiting. I feel like feeling at low HP. I'm trying to think about it. How many bosses just let you actively do stuff during their death cutscene? Like, you could get hit in some of the bosses and do stuff, but like, how many of them just legitimately let you just do that? Is it just both the worm bosses? Never really paid attention before. I love when it happens in episode 4. But that's not intentional. Am I ever gonna give Chan up? Well, I apparently already let you down. So, oops. Ooh, the party must go on. Nice. I like the Sengoku Basara soundtrack. I just don't feel like listening to it right now. I'm the only person here. I should frozen shooter this. Single player, I wouldn't care. Multiplayer, I do. I need to heal a little bit. Yeah, it's just like, I just don't listen to it. It's like... It's not something I even look up either on YouTube. It just doesn't happen. Usually I'll hear like a catchy song in a show, and then I'll listen to the show soundtrack. That's usually how it goes. Don't need anything over there. Let's continue forward. Okay, I'm missing a little less, at least with the accuracy, so that's kind of nice. You just afford to basically all hard attack. So I'm noticing a much easier time of killing those robots. But after this, I'm thinking about what we might end up doing. It really just depends on the level of the party. Like, I think I'd feel bad if I sent the party to, like, DD2. Ooh. Yeah, that's the downside. If the bazooka interrupts my stun lock, it's going to cause the boss to attack. So generally I don't recommend doing that. Because that's what happened there. It interrupted it twice. I reacted to one of the interruptions, but on that last one it didn't. Get these. Go for frozen shooter strat, I guess. I should probably learn to do this in the other corner. Oh, team didn't. Okay, interesting. Team just stood in the middle. I don't recommend that at all, because otherwise you get bodied by claws. I was wondering why the Darkbringer wasn't behind me right away. I'm gonna go the slow way since it's green ID, and I don't care about being fast here with green ID. We're gonna be clearing multiple monsters anyway. Take your time, chat. I'm gonna go on a scenic tour. We're gonna kill the Indy Belra and both Chaos Sorcerers. As a reminder, once we kill the Indy Belra, the Sorcerer in the next room will spawn in the middle. The reason I want to do this, just for chat clarity, and only on green ID do I do this, is that Psycho Wand is droppable from the Sorcerer. So technically, it's better to just roll one additional chance, just to say you went for it. I mean, you're never gonna get it to drop if you never bother trying to get Psycho Wand chances. So here, we're just gonna hard bully these enemies. Goodbye. Oh, not quite strong enough. Soon, more levels. So get ready, right about in the middle of the room. He's gonna be centered. So I'm gonna face him and hopefully kill him instantly. Oh, he was a little off center there. Goodbye. And now we run. Technically, we could go for Monkey King bar if people are really looking for Hunter stuff. Just let me know. I'm not looking for it. I don't care. But if chat wants it, we'll pick it up, maybe. Just Chaos Bringers. Hello, Void Money. Hope you're doing well. See the dancing Spidey icon. Aimed at Black Spidey. See, I'm getting a little better at reading the patterns as long as I'm not ultra tired. So I could kind of figure out where to stand and not get bodied by these. just have to be a little careful if I'm targeting. Actually, I should do this. That might be a little easier for me to do. Yeah, on reaction. Could also technically do that. I haven't decided which one I like to do for the pause glitch. I usually literally pause, so I'm just trained to do it. But technically, if I don't move my finger from the fire button, it should be good. Well, that Gafoi actually visually confused me for a second there. That Gafoi should wrap this up, I think. Yeah, pretty close. Yeah, I'd love to see the Gafoi out in general, though, because it's good at clearing multiples of those. As long as somebody takes care of the spinners, this should be pretty fast phase. Game, please. There we go. So I'm gonna reserve the ability to heal until after I get a couple pot shots on the boss. What are you doing, boss? What you're gonna do for this one? I'm gonna walk backwards. Ooh. Slightly too slow to dodge. I had the right idea. I almost made it past the lasers. I get punished for taking those shots on the boss. That's annoying, actually, to get tagged like that full screen, because that's gonna force the heal. I got a little lucky there that it didn't curve towards me, because honestly, it probably should have. The problem is, it could be targeting the person behind me, so I'm just gonna run forward. Yeah. I'm just gonna believe. I'm like, listen. I'm pretty sure I was not the target there, so I'm just gonna hold forward. We managed to dodge that laser. Okay, got some Zalor on the boss. That's a good sign. I'm gonna focus on TPS for the boss. I'll let chat revive themselves. What? I'll do one Gafoi just for you, Falls. You happy? There we go. Oh no, Psy's still dead. Oh, nobody revived Psy. That's awkward. Rip. Out of moons or something, team? Because I saw somebody run over. That's why I got confused. Guess team was out or something. Oh, ran the wrong way. Oh, okay. Yes, I saw somebody was covering, so I just decided to finish it. I mean, we should still revive. Actually, wait, their health is glitched. Wait a minute. Oh, look at that. Yo, yeah, it's just my hit point reader's glitched. It says you're still dead. You're the Walking Dead. Yeah, yeah, if you see my stream, you're fluctuating between life and death. I guess maybe you got revived during the cutscene and it got confused, right as it transitioned. It's really confused. Is leaving the area fix that? Nope. Psy is now the Walking Dead. Congratulations, Psy. You've defied the game's logic and expectations. I'm good. I thought about restocking, but I'm actually still at max. Thank you for the heals, team. Let's do a couple more. Need to make trade? We'll wait a little bit. We'll get the next game started. I see the HellCleave is there. Yeah, I'm wondering if Cardinal Directions is just better in multiplayer versus Diagonal. Because the thing with the going straight forward is that often it's you're not usually dead center aligned with the arena, so you get more distance to potentially travel with the diagonals. But maybe if I'm really far away, maybe it is just better to hold forward. Just thinking about where we can potentially like identify surefire ways to dodge laser and still get in a good position and or still get damage on the boss. Because dodging lasers is not great if it requires you to sacrifice all damage. Like, you have to be doing damage each turn. So, like, I mean, I guess it could be interesting if you're going for a pure hitless strategy, but I want to be able to at least shoot with Heaven Striker at the end of my movement. So that'll be the goal, just practicing it. Whenever we see that attack, we're going to try dodging it in different ways. Because it's definitely risky to run away from the boss if the boss stays still. Because then you're setting up for a bad position for the spell follow-up. So yeah, we'll see what rares the chat is interested in. It'll probably be a mix, if I had to guess, of limiters, Heaven Strikers, Cannon Rouges. We'll do a couple of CF4s. That way chat can enjoy that XP. Limiter and Psycho Wand for the win. Yeah, gotta get more Psycho Wand attempts in at some point. So if not today, it'll be tomorrow. We'll be doing a lot of DD2s. Experience is king. Not right now. It isn't. I'll be like, nah, not today. Next week it is. Today is, oops, I want rare items. So I want to do the hard runs today if I'm able to. So we'll give team another minute or so to complete the trade. But I think from the standpoint of XP and or rares, technically episode 4 would give a good mix of both. We'll probably level up the team that's playing a little bit more to prepare for DT2s, but I just think chat's overall HP is just way too low. 691 will not survive, 958 will not survive, 1286 might survive, depending on fire resist. It's just Epsilon will absolutely dumpster you. There's nothing that could be done about it other than you need levels. So rather than going through and trying to revive like 5 million times, I'd rather do different quests with the current group. There's just certain thresholds I just don't think are worth it. Even with 3 seals, you're still gonna basically get exploded. Let's get our general XP up a little higher first, while still going for uber rares. I don't think there's any other rares I really want to go for. Not quite even beat, so we're not missing out on episode 4. Current team doesn't look like they would be set up for PP laser anyway. I would absolutely love a boss weapon upgrade at some point. Technically, I just swapped in for the Ashmenikov, which is helping in multi, but I don't know if it'll solve all my problems in single. To test that off stream. Like, there's a couple enemies in single player I do miss by about 100. I mean, maybe 35% dark's good enough. Across 9 attacks. Maybe. That was not a good bazooka position for me. I need to go more diagonal. Nice level up. I'm trying to think if everybody in this current chat has done a cookie with me or not. I feel like the answer is no, the current party. Hello, Ranish. Hope you're doing well. Radish confirming anything could be liquid if you got a hot enough furnace. Okay, I actually can't get through. That's really annoying. What do I get for coming late? I'll let team handle the next room. I didn't realize there's an enemy behind me. I was wondering why it snapped my aim that way. I'm doing okay-ish. I feel pretty tired. I did not sleep well, unfortunately, today. I'm gonna do a quick check for rares. And I'm gonna go actually help the run. If I had freeze trap, I could prevent that. Okay, enemies here, so I didn't really lose any time. I'm gonna teleport out. See blue, I'm gonna take it. And a rouge time. It's insomnia radish. I don't fall asleep easily. Black Spidey joins in next week. Black Spidey, are you available either Saturday night, Sunday morning, or Sunday evening? We could get you straight to 80. It's XP week. That's like where I want to do that potentially for upgrades. Bye, boss. People that are like at like 78 out of 80, maybe I'll spend some time today to get them just the ultimate, but I don't want to do a fresh level at the moment. You know what, team? I'm going to use 2 personal cookies for you today. We're going to go for a limiter and also XP. Yeah, like this Saturday, exactly. Yeah, chat wounded the Sinnoh enough. I could just kill with Yoshimika. So hopefully, chat, if you'd like to get some levels, you're about to receive the dumbest amount of XP you are ever going to witness. So just remember how much you need to level before we do 2 of these. I'll count that towards some of the 30-something we need. Autoplay music, please. What are you doing to me? Oh, I leveled. Congratulations, me. I mean, more ATP is good. What kind of cookies did you hear? Unfortunately, not the kind that you can eat. We use them for quest currency. I did want to make sure everybody that has played with me on stream gets at least 1 cookie. I've been trying to be very fair with that. So this current group, I don't think has received cookies at all. So I think that's fair to use a couple here. Find out how to get cookies. You missed it. It was during Halloween. Or technically, presents can drop them. Technically. Oh, I'm getting hard bullied. Can we get a Jellin Zalur on these? Yeah. I was wondering why the other one turned around. I got confused there for a second. There we go. Yeah, it just makes it easier for the team to survive and also set up charge attacks. In single player, I don't need it, but in multiplayer, potentially if they start knocking down players, they can't DPS. Ends up being a time waste, sadly. Yeah, so for example, Black Spidey, if you're available then, you could be one of the people I help take to 80. Because I think one person... There's 1 slot reserved, I forget who it was for. If it was Radrius or another person. But I know there's at least 1 slot guaranteed. I'll check the VOD from yesterday at some point. Okay, chat has that out of the way, that's good. No, you'll get presents for randomly playing. Won't be much to get there, I'm 31 right now. I mean, Spidey, I'm just gonna let you know. Whatever character you pick is going to hit 80 in under 4 hours. if you're trying to level for the other character, I wouldn't even think about it. You literally be level 1. I guarantee you we're gonna hit 80 really, really fast. You don't need to level your character. So focus on your main. Pick up whatever you want. But you're gonna get hard power leveled when we go to do the event. I might ask Promethean for a few cookies for that. And then the rest will go towards ultimate runs. I'm thinking I don't need more than 15 for it, but just in case. Now this is off topic. Have you completed the Warband Viking storyline? I haven't decided if I really wanted to pick it up again after we're done with PSO. Yeah, maybe in a little bit, Promethean, just in case. I don't necessarily need all of them. I just want to make sure if tomorrow, or not tomorrow, if Saturday I underestimate it and it costs like 20 cookies and I have some set aside for HellCleave and such, that I don't like accidentally go in the negative. And then I want to reserve at least 50 of those for ultimate runs. I don't know how many are left from the total, but I'm thinking about that much will be there. Because I should be able to cover my own costs, and the rest will just go towards like HellCleave runs. And whatever Promethean wants, I suppose. Let's go for the other strat. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna call them the content. Oh, why was he moving before I entered the room? That was weird. That's not a usual behavior. Does chat know why he moved there before I entered? What caused him to not do the normal animation? That's stuff I want to learn. Like, why he was doing that, because that actually throws off my movement if he's already moving. Because I didn't shoot him. And yet he was already moving. And it wasn't even the close one, which was the weird part. Ooh. Chat making it go to hard mode to get through that. There we go. I got through eventually there. And move to the side to make sure I don't line up with chat. Yeah, I want to see just how fast, in theory, we get hit level 80. It will help if the chat has really strong characters, but it's fine if they don't. Yeah. Fly Darkbringers. I like blinked and somebody's health went to 1 HP for a second. What was that? That was weird. Yeah, I haven't decided if I'll go back to the story mode. Oh, it's Glide Divine? That makes sense. I almost never use it, to be honest. For its intended purpose. Annoying. They actually gave me a pretty bad pattern there. I haven't seen them that aggressively clump in a while. Like, that was seriously like at least 9 that were all right next to each other. That was a ridiculous wall. Anyway, we're gonna walk around it. Oh no, somebody dropped. I think it was Sai. I was looking at the party menu there. Stop looking at chat, just focus on the battle. Yeah, but I would say from the standpoint of Warband, I don't know, I was not enjoying the difficulty of it in general. And like, I didn't want to restart it necessarily, but at the same time, I really did not like the character that I generated with it. Oh, shoot, we have a dead player. I think I just like the base... I think I just like the base game a lot more. So I felt kind of disappointed going into Viking Conquest. At least what I've seen so far, I've not been interested. At least in the combat mechanic. The story's fine. But it's like, I don't know if the story's gonna carry really annoying attrition. Because I am not a big fan of like endurance style mechanics. I got greedy. I should have just normal shot there instead of power shot. Oops. Laptop not plugged in. Ooh. Yeah. I think I would like it more if strength builds didn't feel so terrible. I think that's mostly what I'm getting at. Because not being able to like treatment everything out of existence felt really bad. Just because like your people die really easy. Even compared to the normal gameplay. I did not like that. Use of resource. So it's like my decisions, if I were to redo it, I'd probably have to start again with an int character. Like, it was like night and day how bad the strength build was. I was doing like maybe one less swing per person, but I got 3-shot. So it's like, where's the plus side of I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling the upside of playing the strength build. Well, we broke the timer. Rip timer. Yeah, I was hoping it would have felt a little more balanced, but like the nerfing of the stats in general on top of that, and the slow skill points, which I didn't know about going into it, definitely kind of soured my mood towards it in general. Where it's like, it would have been fine if you gained skill points every level, then I wouldn't have made a new character, potentially. But the fact that they changed how it works and it's like half the rate felt pretty bad. Because I can't even like course correct it over the course of the game. It would literally take me several games and years to fix it, if I'm even able to. So I'm gonna hard pass on that. Okay, let's end in the quest. I think I don't need to restock any further. I think this is fine. A couple dimates I missed, but it doesn't matter. Okay, let's do one more. And then we're gonna use some cookies for the current group. Yeah, I think as long as like I have some form of Shifta on, and there's some form of low level Zalor, or it's a high level Shifta, I think damage wise we could beat it with just like 2 or 3 people. So I'm not super worried about clearing TTF in general. This character is really strong. That level up helped a little bit. Yeah, let's do 2 cookies with the current group. That'll be the limiter runs. And we could try some CF4 for Cannon Rouge plus Heaven Striker, maybe. With a little bit of side of Coal. Because I do want to take advantage of more of the event quests. So I might have to dedicate Friday purely for DD2 while Rare Raid is still up. Because I do want to go for V502 at some point. Just to be very clear. I would like another one. I have enough PDs, I could technically get 2 without an issue. I would like to find it on my own and also still go for the Psycho 1 chances. But I think that requires at least the current team to level a bit more. Getting closer though. Yeah, big problem is DD2 Epsilon is a really, really, really unforgiving HP total that you need to be at. And if you don't, you're gonna burn, like, literally the whole team's moon atomizers. Especially if you're not used to dealing with Epsilons in general, or dealing with them and Ilgils at the same time. Which is a pretty tall ask for new players. It's better just to wait a little bit with that. Because, I mean, I was still getting one shot at, like, 1058 HP, as an example, with 3 seals on, and Glide Divine. So it's not a very forgiving area. Those Ilgil and Gibble crits in particular are so brutal. Even if you have the raw resists, you might not survive the ATP. Yeah, I kind of like the angle here. Played episode 4 in like 4 years. I like it a lot. Probably my most played episode, even if you count all the TTFs I do. And GameCube hours, I still think I played more episode 4 overall. So I have so many forces. Okay. Nothing of interest dropped there. We'll move on. Oh, interesting. It got frozen before I could target it. Interesting. Again, I'm gonna kill these mostly because we have to wait anyway. As long as the team in front of me is able to reach it in time, doesn't really matter. Oh, that level up actually fixed that issue. Doing that earlier actually didn't kill. Huh. Interesting. Normally I was talking before that I got punished for not having faith for normal heavy, but now it actually did kill. Interesting. Okay. I see blue, I enter. Yeah, I figure why not. While we're doing it, I think chat mentioned yesterday that it was God Arms from the Dragon, and even if I don't want them, I feel like there's a lot of beginner players that would benefit from it. So I'll try to kill those just for some random items. But I think from the standpoint of... Oops, too many menus. I think from the standpoint of getting those kills, at least it's more chances of XP/presence/photon drops for the group. And since that's one of the few places you have to wait, I might as well just get extra kills. Since I'm not really looking to get the escape drop from this quest or anything else. Nice level up. Yeah, I'm recognizing if I see at least one other person about to damage it, I don't need to do heavy. I can just do heavy normal. It's usually good enough. But just slight multiplayer adjustment. I think it defaulted into some Mega Man 1 through 6 playlist or something. I didn't put on the next Mega Man thing, it just kind of played itself. Let's see, is it from 1 through 6? Yes, we're currently in 4. Oh, I missed a shot there. It's unfortunate. Much easier. As a reminder for the chat, we're killing these for potential V101s. The green has a good amount of rares to go for in TTF. Oh. I didn't see him there right away. I was like, why am I not hitting the other target? What a jerk. And again, might as well just get the extra kills while I'm waiting. You never know. I've done that a few times and people have gotten PDs. It's not even a hypothetical. It has happened before. I think 1 or 2 times I've seen a present drop, but I don't know if I don't think it was this year for presents. I think last year I did that. Presents from those random extra enemies killed. When I was doing like greedy red sword. Don't shoot it. No. Don't do that. It messed up my timing. This is a boss that doesn't reward you for stacking damage. You can only take damage at certain intervals. So shooting it, please stop shooting it. See how we've killed 3 monitors and the boss fight isn't over? It's because your team is still shooting it. Please don't shoot it. Thank you. It checks your ATP. My ATP is the highest in the party, so if chat is hitting it, either they're hitting it for lower damage when it is vulnerable, or they're just making the monitor shatter faster and it doesn't count towards the damage. So if you're wondering why, I get annoyed. This is like the only boss I will get annoyed. But yeah, please don't shoot it when I'm shooting. I should almost make that a command. like, please don't shoot the monitors. Yeah, I wish that boss did not have iframes. Then it wouldn't matter if we stack damage as much. But because it has those little bits of iframes, it is actually quite annoying. Oh. Again, I keep seeing chat in the middle of the room. It throws me off. I super don't recommend doing that, especially if you're doing normal gameplay. Because now stuff like that has now happened, where I got blocked because of the weird claw placement, and I had to kill it to advance. Okay, team's going up there, so I'm not going to bother going that way then. Zeranium with 30 hit? I guess. Sure, why not? It's possible a new player needs it. I mean, it is technically a weapon used on balls if you're a force. Because I think that's the highest FOE bonus you can get, I believe. Andy Belra. Okay. Believe in the Psycho 1 chance for the group. Let's see. Nope. I didn't believe hard enough, chat. Okay, back to Heaven Striker. Lock 2 Heliotrope. Almost thought it said HellCleave. I got excited. I was getting ready to congratulate HellCleave on whatever HellCleave found. False alarm. Yeah, this is a much friendlier pattern than the other one. The other one was just kind of like, what happened? They all clumped. There wasn't even like a good way out of the middle once you were there. Right now they're like separated into 2 piles, which is fine. It's way easier to deal with than whatever the heck happened last time. Ooh, I so badly want to shoot, but I'm not in a good position. So sadly, I'm not facing the right way for this boss, so I'm probably not going to hit more than twice. Hoping to get at least 1 shot in, but it's always weird aiming this. I got 2. That wasn't bad. Ooh. What do I do when it's like this far away? I'm gonna hold forward. Weaving in between, chat. It's like, I don't think that was centered on me. I think I just got really lucky there. I was playing the odds that it wasn't the person in front of me, it was somebody to the right. So I guess that was almost a 50-50. Block 3 maybe has found magical stone Artista. Oh, I didn't realize that got a prompt at the top. Interesting. We'll have to go for those at some point. I believe that was the other item chat mentioned yesterday they wanted to go for. It's unfortunately not rare enemy week. But in the future, we could do some of those runs. So final TTF for now. Let's see what we get. Will falls reward our hard work? For me, no. Doesn't look like the chat got anything either. GG though. I think we cleaned it up time-wise. It was like 13 minutes, 9 seconds. That's a time you could be mostly happy with. Managed to avoid most of the nonsense patterns, at least. Okay. So I'm gonna host a pink ID game. Let's get the team some levels. And also chance at limiter. How many cookies do I have left is the question. I want to hold at least 20 for Sunday. I'm at 37. Oh, that's more than I thought. For some reason I thought I had 31. Okay, so I could do a couple cookie games without an issue then. I was worried if it cost like 20 or 25 cookies and I just didn't have enough, it would feel terrible. But there's no way it's going to take 30 cookies. I refuse to believe with how fast that XP was. I don't even know if we can complete a single cookie from level 1 to 20 without instantly quitting out because we're done with it. So I'm going to switch into a force. So I think we'll do a couple of these into maybe same pink ID Christmas Fiasco 4 after this. Because I just want to make sure the team's a little tankier. Because we're not dealing with Dorfon, it's just Gerdabaloo. So I recommend if team has at least some chance of demons, that's somebody bring it. I'll try to bring in a slicer. So even if we're going to play on Anguish, it should still somewhat be useful. We're gonna test the waters with chat because I don't know how much DPS we have. We'll do the first one on oh gosh, so much coal. I have, let's see, Ziggy Cookie. Let's do it on, we'll test Anguish 1, see how it feels. It's 20% more XP to do it this way. I would like to pump it to Anguish 2, but I want to make sure chat's able to survive. DPS is awful. Yeah, that's why I don't want to pump it too high. So it's going to be focusing on, if you're a force, Gfoe, and anytime a new wave comes in, you spam that Jellin. Don't ever let that enemy ever hit you while Jellin is down, or your team will probably die. I mean, my specific character will not die, but I feel like the rest of the chat probably would. Put on Pure Freeze, and I guess since I want to land Slicer, I'm just gonna wear a Red Ring. Yeah, I got Magical Piece, Glide Divine, Slicer, Fanatic. That should be good enough. Rothen, what are you using for a weapon, out of curiosity? I forget who is who. I'm assuming you're the raw moral. I didn't pay attention to who is who on the color map. Just Glide. Do you have the elemental scepters? Do you need the elemental scepters? Question mark. Do you have like Fire Scepter Agni? So you gotta let me know these things. Okay, let's upgrade you. I don't know if I have a high-level Gfoe on this character, but we gotta fix that. Yeah, chat, please let me know. If you're playing Force and you're not playing, like, 27s, we'll say, on most things, just let me know. Yeah, see, this character doesn't have spare. I'm gonna get myself a Fire Scepter Agni later, but it is actually kind of important that you DPS here. Fire Scepter, at least, you should be holding pretty much all the time. You probably have an Agni? Oh, okay. If you have Agni, then I'm not gonna... Yeah. I don't recommend holding Glide Divine. I really recommend you pump up Gfoe as much as you can. Like, I don't expect new players to have Gfoe merge, but, like... it's kind of borderline not a reason to not have Fire Scepter Agni at all times. It's fairly easy to get even in lower difficulties. Like, it technically shows up, I believe, as early as hard, but if you're playing very hard, there's a lot of drops that potentially could give it in, like, valid runs. On top of it also appearing in multiple locations. Because I think I was doing Forest Pink ID for Agni. Like, we're not talking about, like, real difficult runs for it either. Okay. So, because we're going to be doing a lot of Gfoe stacking, and losing that damage is super bad. Ideally, you'll get a Gfoe merge at some point. That's probably one of the few things I'd recommend as a force you shell PD on, because it is, like, night and day difference how much easier the runs are if you do that. I mean, Cycle 1 is really greedy. You have to get there, though. Like, you have to be very realistic. Cycle 1, you're probably not going to see... I mean, I haven't seen it, and I'm, like, 194, just to give chat an idea. So it's like, if you're banking on that for your DPS, what are you going to do between now and 200? So definitely bring some damage wands. I forgot to retrieve the cookies. Let me go get them. I'll check for a higher level Gfoe on my other character. I'm pretty sure I have it. It's just there's no reason to not do max damage. It just makes runs slower. So it's better I spend like 2 minutes pumping somebody that doesn't have like the high level techs. Oops. Than continuing to struggle with like 21 Rabarda or like 25 Gfoe. It doesn't make sense. Especially if you don't have God Technique, then it matters even more. So that's a lot of damage you're leaving on the table without something like God Technique. Which is also something I'd recommend you pick up for low amounts. Especially if you don't have a good Grants. And you're looking for it to not take like 30 years to cast. So forces, just we're gonna spam Gafoi until we see something we can't Gafoi. Everybody else, do whatever you can. You might notice the XP is pretty crazy. We're getting over 1,000 a kill currently. Do we have our first Gertabulu? So I need chat to stun it for a little bit. I think I could finish it. Oh, chat already demoned. Nice. Goodbye. Oh, I forgot to see what everybody's level was. So we have 114, 146, and 125. I'll try to remember that for later. I should probably grants this a little. Yeah, I don't have the 801, which would optimize my damage a little more. That one I think also makes a big difference for forces. I don't know if I would get that before or after Gafoi merge, to be honest. Maybe before? I haven't really thought about it. Like, if you were to, like, actual put item priority. They're both, like, almost near mandatory, to be honest. They save so much time and allow for stun locks you can't normally get. Nice Photon draw. Again, I'm going to do my best to just gel and Zalore everything. Yeah, you have to let me know if you're missing, like, gel and Zalore, shift, whatever. We'll fix that after this. Well, yeah, see that stack of Foe? That was 2,000 damage just between the two of us. And my character is not optimized for this. I'm bringing a red ring in with just a magical piece. So all that damage stacking does save a lot of time here. Case in point, in another 2,000 almost. A debuff so chat doesn't get slapped and deleted. But so far it looks like we're doing fine. I mean, I'm still seeing big damage from when we get struck, which is more just... Oh, both on Crystal. Which is more just from Anguish, honestly. Yeah, like, these Marissas could have been a problem, but with the stack of Foe, GG. Getting them in almost one go. This character is pretty strong grants, so I can kind of help kill the zoo a little faster. But my main priority is going to be stacking Gafoe. Can get the demon proc. Let's try again. Can get the demon proc. It's less likely to work in Anguish, but once it does work, as you can see, it just deletes the Gertabulu. Rare Rappy, where is it? I don't want it to run. That's a lot of XP. Just be really careful, chat, not to spook it. Just keep in mind, we're in, like, super boosted XP mode. So it's right near me. I froze it solid. That was 3,000 experience on its own. It was almost boss level XP. That's funny. That's fair. Imagine if we fought like a wave of those. They're like, oh yeah, we fought the equivalency of balls. There's just like 7 Del Rappies. Heavenly Body Draw, nice level up. Be real careful here. I think they're getting around. They teleported, so I missed one of them. Just be really careful. That is really unfortunate that they're pulling me in while I'm trying to aim. So that messes up my slicer timing. Oh, the other Goron detonator is stopping me from specialing. That's actually really annoying. Oh well, and then there was one. Some dye fluids. I'm just gonna grant you a couple times. Speed it up for the chat. Yeah, when in doubt, just Gaffoe spam, because honestly, even if your fireball doesn't kill, like, the big Goron detonator that spawned, potentially stacking Gaffoe on the next wave will save so much time. I'm gonna leave it to the ranger to kill things like the zoos. We're not gonna worry about it. Things like the satellite lizards, those are our job. Gaffoe time. Yeah, I don't think I could push higher than Anguish 1 with the current team, but still a lot of XP. We should be getting upwards of 300,000. Rip Goron detonator. Nice level up. Oh, we spam time. Ooh, scary. The Goron detonator teleported. I'm like, oh, please don't delete a player. Okay, chat's demoning the other one and mech gunning. That's good. Oops. Deactivated. This could be really bad if this kills them all. Ooh, boy. Okay. We're very lucky that didn't spawn near anybody. That actually probably would have killed several players. Just be really, really, really careful with Mag Blast, especially if there's lingering Gaffoe. Because if those waves die mid-Mag Blast, the other enemies will not be time stopped, and we are not invincible. So it could kill the whole party if that happens. Lone Gertabulu. Rip to Gertabulu, I guess. We're gonna Zalore him. And GG. For that enemy, at least. We got some time to Gaffoe for Marissa's. We're gonna believe in our Gaffoe damage here. We get rid of most of them. Move slightly forward for the Rappies so less of them run. Yeah, as I want that XP. Uh-oh, chat done. Revive time. Ooh, I was gonna say. I hope you got debanned, because I think you will die to any crit, even with Jellin. There we go, we got through it. I'm just gonna keep spamming Gaffoe until proven otherwise. We'll let chat handle like Goron detonators. We're already standing at over 250,000 experience, so it's already 2.5 times the XP of overall of a TTF. So congratulations, you just beat 2.5 TTF. We're not done with the quest. So pink ID, we should be seeing some slicers, maybe some limiters. There's photon crystals, there's a fuel seizes. Honestly, it's pretty much everything drops something of interest. Just unfortunate we're not seeing anything like Mother Garbs or whatever. That would like just a couple. I'm not going to use them every run, but there are a couple runs like Christmas Fiasco. I would prefer it over the damage bonus, to be honest. So I don't have to constantly collect annoying Trifluid. Get Trifluid RNG'd. We're gonna do our best to put some freezes out here. Okay, chat's gonna kill the other one, so I'm just gonna sack Gaffoe. I should be dead in a moment. There we go, and because we stack Gaffoe, look at that, 2,500 plus damage to Marissa's. So one of the more annoying enemies, potentially for basically everybody, is just shut down completely, and our Gaffoe does okay damage on Zoo. So I'm not gonna switch spells to kill them. Okay, just be careful, chat. The middle of the room is now no longer safe. Move away from the center of the room if you'd like to not die to Gertabulu. I'm gonna move like down here-ish. We're just gonna try to Razan Stunlock. The next wave, I believe, should be double Ertamperometer, and that means we're at the end of the run. So just prepare about where the Gorons are now in the middle, or where the double Ertamperometer will be. So I'll try to Stunlock them a little bit. I think 114 to 116 already, if I'm looking at that level up correctly. Again, crazy XP. We'll do one more of these, and this will put Chad in a stronger position to survive the nonsense. Look at that, now 721 health. Now we can do Dorphon and Christmas Fiasco. Somebody found it LMK combat with 20 hit, nice. I'm gonna try to Stunlock one of them. There we go. We got a good Stunlock going, GG. Hello, Adrius. Goodbye, Ertamperometer. So you go, chat. We got about 323,000 experience, which was about 3 TTFs in less than half the time. So enjoy selling some items here. I recommend you telepipe out, so that way if you want to do multiple trips back to the shop, you do so. So don't leave anything behind. Let's get rid of some of these. Then I think I'll do one more with the current group, and then maybe a Christmas Fiasco, and then we'll see who else is ready to come in. Because then I feel like everybody here got a decent number of runs. Because these runs are pretty quick. They're, you know, potentially 10 minutes or less. Hopefully you're doing well, Adrius. Yeah, the reason that was important to do before the Christmas Fiasco, just for clarity for people watching or people that are in the game itself, Dorphon base damage is about 708, I think, on a laser-ish. So now we have, everybody has the minimum health to survive Dorphon. Just basically why I wanted to do that, and it was not a very hard thing to do. So let's put these away. Got a crystal out of it, which is not bad. So I think I'm at 30 coal. I'd have to do 2 quests in order to get the 40 use. It's not bad. I'll sell a couple of these. Oh, don't sell the cookie. That makes me so sad. I'll manually restock tri-fluids. The rest I don't really care about. Okay. So let chat do those purchases. We'll do one more to get the group caught up. We'll leave it on Anguish 1, because I think that was about our clear speed. Although, honestly, I still think it went really well overall. It just... We had enough demons in the group that, you know, I wasn't mandatory to do demons every time. I mean, I did do it a couple times, but honestly, just one person bringing demons makes a big difference in that quest. The Ertamperometer and Goron detonators are quite annoying. So even with selling everything and then leaving, I still got more XP than TTF. And obviously the raw number of kills also means that it's not a bad way to get presents either. So one more pig cookie, and I'll do that with the current group. Then we'll reserve cookies for another time. But I just want to make sure the people that didn't have a chance to join in were able to get and experience a taste of the Halloween cookie. Sadly, no rares dropped outside of Photon Crystal. I was expecting at least like a slicer or like a photon drop or a present from the chat. Hopefully the RNG this time will correct itself. So let's try to remember everybody's level coming into it. 126. I think somebody went from 114 to 116, I think, in one quest. It's very silly. So those levels should help with any kind of solo stuff you do later. Yeah, I love that this character had like 2.8 mil or so to next level, and I'm already at under 2 mil. What a quest. Yeah, just the overall just small increases of HP, I think will put us out of the danger range of Dorphon, and also helps a little bit with Ertamperometer in case you happen to get tagged into a Ertamperometer fireball, for example. Not to mention more ATP is always nice. The last cookie for now. Then we're gonna do some Fiasco 4. There we go. And then when I go to switch characters, I'm gonna bring in another character that has techniques to make sure that our Faux New World here has some high level techs. Because that'll help also with clear speed. I don't think I have Spirit God techniques. That's an item that I technically have played IDs that farm it, but I never do the farm for it. I think I've gotten almost all mine explicitly from gambling. Honestly, I might pay PDs just to get a couple more in general. Oh, there we go. Somebody beat me slightly to the punch on the demon there. There's the photon drop. I was expecting that a while ago. Ultimate shield. Sure, I'll pick that up now. So 126, 147, 116. Got it. Forgot this lure. My bad, team. Let's do an AoE heal. The plus side of the Faux New World and Faux Moral, we could just kind of babysit HP totals if needed. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Look at that damage. That poor Marissa almost died to just two female forces stacking a Foe. Oh, Anguish 1. You help the enemies, but sometimes it's just not enough with the Kafoe stack. Use a grants here to speed this up slightly. Back to Kafoe spam because it's so effective. I have no reason to ever stop doing this other than to gel in. Build the team. Rip Marissa's. Do a couple of grants here to speed things up. Back to Kafoe. Some Gerda Bulu, that's fine. Heal the group. Get trolled by the one guy living. Oh, there we go. The demon procced almost instantly that time. That was good luck. Because remember, on Anguish, it has a reduced rate, so it's not the 75%. I think it's like 30 or something. It's not great odds, but we get 3 chances at it. Nice level up. I think we'll try one Christmas Fiasco on Pick ID. There's a PD that dropped. And we'll do another one on a different ID. Somebody a bit more suited for DPS. Or potentially, if we have a force, I mean, I don't mind playing Hugh Seal into it just to get some DPS and paralysis. Because honestly, Freeze Trap is also pretty valid. I am getting bullied right out of my spells. I saw myself do the animation twice, and they're just like, no, sit down. I'm like, yeah, you're right, Gora Detonator. You're better than me. I can't deny that. That thing needed to go. That had way too much HP. Oh, so the Goron wouldn't hit me. Unfortunate. Actually, that's right. This character is working shortcuts. I can use them. F4 Zoo is about to get deleted by chat. I feel it. Here it comes. Rip Zoo. There we go. Much better overall DPS from the team. Everybody but me having a level that now ends in 7. Nice. Rip the buffs. "5 minutes, we would be going towards wall up, I think, right about now. Already 206,000 experience. Somebody leveled again, congratulations. And again, this should all help with single player play. Those levels do matter. Let's see. Let's lure you into a slicer. Missed. 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 Missed again. Demon flees. There we go. That took an uncomfortably high amount of attempts there. Rip. We're gonna debuff as much as we can so chat doesn't get absolutely obliterated by like Zanrappy. Zanrappy's no joke. Zanrappy crits I think could do like 1,000 plus right now. But fortunately we're gelating them so they're slightly more sane. Only slightly. Yeah, sign out at 727 instead of 721 health. I'm feeling more confident in survival odds right now. Little bits of extra defense to get through crits, lots of spare HP, more ATP to avoid bad damage rolls if using things like Spread Needle from stopping a kill. Goodbye Zoo, goodbye other Zoo. Got that blast. Best I could really do is donate. And a couple of Robardas here. I think potentially freezing the group here is kind of huge. Yeah, like freezing that Grandenier help. Even if it's not for very long. Due to it being on Anguish, there's just more time the team has to set up. Those poor Marissas just eating those fireballs again. So yeah, I'll check my techie character after this. I'll move some stuff into the share bank. And then I'll host again for Christmas Fiasco 4. Yes, I think XP week is a good time to either use cookies or just do the generic grindy quests in general. Just because like those quests usually have high XP anyway. So might as well go for rares at the same time. Level the party. Take advantage of what we can here with the XP. So now everybody's level is good enough, I think, for Christmas Fiasco 4. Hello, Double Gurtabulu. We meet again. Did I land my first slicer? Wow, that almost never happens on Anguish. I think I got demons there? I'm gonna grant the rest. GG. So chat enjoyed those levels. You know, just a casual like 500 XP. Even Mexiana is really good. Yeah, it's really broken. Yeah, you were definitely out Slicer, like, ooh, Sulfurino, nice. I think I'm gonna have to come back. I see a lot I want to pick up, but I don't have space for it. So let me sell those items and then take my own telepipe back. Down to 1.6 mil needed from 2.5 or 2.7 or whatever it was. Interesting. I should have waited to see if I need to try fluids, but too late. I'm gonna put away 2 scape dolls in my character bank. Actually, I put away 3 because I could see at least one I can pick up. So it just gives me more ability to hold items. So yeah, take your time, sell some items. Normally we're like speeding through the quests, but this is one of those few times where I'm like, nah, not with this many potential drops. That is a lot of money chat could potentially get from this. Shift to D-band, rest at 30, okay. Already capped again on items, that's crazy. Let me put more in the bank so I can hold more. Because I don't even have that many held items, and I'm not using old shields or anything. Just shows how many good items we picked up. Put 2 of those, 2 in the bank, and let's get like another 50,000 in Meseta. So it sounded like Zalor and such were not at level 30. Given that statement. I'm running a little low on level 30 techs, but the more we play episode 4, the more I restock it anyway. So as long as we just continue to play it, it shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, so we've made 86,000 on the quest so far. Celeste has found Sealed J Sword. Congratulations, Celeste. Why can't I pick that up? Oh, it's just being weird. Those are all out of the way. I don't need to... I mostly just need to know what you need. I don't need the full list. So, like, if you don't have at least a 29 Gafoe, we can fix that. Let's see. So I am definitely not going to remember that list as soon as we get out of game. But it helps to double check. I think I'll leave the rest on the ground for now. I think I've made it. I think I've made 100,000 or so Meseta from this. Yeah, grants I can't help you with. Grants is really annoying to get high level. Even I don't have like 27 grants on everybody. It just doesn't drop for me. Kind of sad. Yeah, so we just made 132,000 Meseta just by selling armor. We're gonna put most of that back, to be honest. I'm still gonna play this character, but I'm gonna swap out briefly. So let's sort our inventory. Yeah, double technique is usually good enough once you have all the meta stuff. It's definitely recommended to have at least a technique razor, especially if you're just going for pure damage. It's genuinely better than Heavenly Mind, but once you only need 1 level, then it really depends. Because I think most technique levels, if you increase by 1, will be better than MST increasing by 40. Since you basically take 40 divided by 5, and it only adds 8 to damage, which is not great. Considering that's also against resist. Okay. So I'm gonna swap in. And we're gonna try to pick what I remember from that list, which hopefully I can still view the chat log when I switch characters. So we'll do 1 Christmas Fiasco 4 as a group, and then... Actually, I don't have a lot of time for other quests. I just looked... Oh Oh, no, I said 7:30 for the other one. Never mind, we got some time. As I was gonna say, Chris's Fiasco is probably gonna be like 30, 40 minutes. But I have enough time to possibly get Adrius then after this. Just need to transfer this over. And if I'm slightly late on Suikoden, it's not the end of the world. I just want to make sure that the people that... Well, first I make progress on Suikoden, but just in general, that I don't cancel the stream for PSO. Okay, so let's roll our fingers and see what happens. Yeah, so that amount of money that you got from these 2 quests should also help, potentially. So you're arrested 30. I didn't hear a Jellin. Gazond. Didn't hear Robarda. Ertamperometer says to make it the last one. Thank you for volunteering. I only have 1 Gofoe, level 29. Oops. I need to get more of those. I don't know if Grant's 26 will help you, but I'll give it to you. I think I'm out of Zalors. I didn't see one in here. That is really unfortunate. I think chat has finally burned out my level 30 techs. I have a decent number of Ranger tech for the future for people that are trying to complete them. Yeah, sorry, I don't think I have a spare Zalor. Lots of Jellins and Shiftas, though. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna move this to the share bank. We're gonna do 1 Christmas Fiasco. Mention joining teams. Okay. So just let me know, Kaiser. I can send out an invite. Oh yeah, if it's 28, yeah, that's fine. The others will help. Grants can be bought in training if needed. Bought in level 48 for 2 PD. Yeah, getting it high level is kind of annoying. And Razond. I hope I put a Razond in there. I might not have. I think I put Gazond. If so, we'll fix that later. Okay, so I'm gonna make a CF4. Yeah, I was gonna say Ertamperometer. Most people are not going to shell out like the 5 PDs for level 29. Because getting a full set is kind of annoying, but worth it. Ziggy, CF4. You have to go from the perspective of a fresh character. Actually, I don't want to do this. Let's ignore this game. I don't want to do it on English 1. Oh no, somebody jumped in when I was trying to leave. This is gonna softlock. Okay, I gotta close. We know from yesterday that softlock's the game. I literally will not escape that because I'm trying to leave and you're trying to join. Rip. So I force close the game. I'm not sitting through what happened yesterday. It will not resolve itself. CF4 basically Gofoe. A lot of it is, the first wave is not. It's to make sure you don't make the Dorfon go too far away from the group. We need somebody with paralysis. Yeah. Yeah, just for clarity on Ertamperometer, I don't mean by level 30 techs, I mean like the support stuff. Like Shift a D-Band, Resta. Like a complete kit is still several PD, and that's kind of a tall ask for new players. And I don't think it's necessarily worth it for them either, to be honest. It's like borderline. And if they have like literally level 15 techs, it's good, but if they're like 26, 27 anyway, it's not worth. God Technique is better. Or I think what I did at one point, I was dual wielding God Techs. Just got 6 levels worth and went, yeah, good enough. Okay, let's try this again. Turn it off for the team. So we'll try one of these, and then we'll do another one, I think, with, as long as you have one force supporting, I'll play Hugh Casil into it. The real game is up now. Yeah, just literally the first wave, do not Gafoe it, Rafoe it. That way the Dorfun can get close, so that way team can either insta-kill or paralyze. And then I will try to articulate what waves you need to move to be safe. So if you generally follow me around, you'll be fine. But I'll ask the whole chat to come over at a couple points. Ellen, Gizond, Grants. Yeah, I didn't take a Razond out of there. Oh, there's a Zaloran here. Well, I think you got lucky there. So sadly, no Razond. I'll go fix that later. And if your Grants wasn't there, that's still pretty close. Yeah, that should make solo play much easier. Whatever you don't need, I'll just take back. No go to new forces. Ah, body blocked. He's too powerful. So I think you're just waiting on Kaiser. Welcome, Valkigun. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I gotta move these to the other character at some point. I'll take the 801. So we'll give the team a moment or so to join. And then we'll rotate in for the last couple of quests, a new group of people. Depending on who's around after this quest is concluded, you're welcome to join in for like 40, 50 minutes a quest. So I see Ertamperometers in the game. We have Rothen in the game. Is Kaiser okay? I think it was Kaiser that joined me when I was in the Softlock. Yeah, you're gonna have to hard kill the application if you're listening. Okay. I can't believe that happened twice. We've played this game literally hundreds of hours on stream. Twice. In the span of 6 game hours, we have softlocked the game. I can't believe it. I've never had that happen before. That's too funny, actually. It's too powerful, chat. What is the falling over animation? Oh, maybe it's M? Everybody's dying. So yeah, let's take our current group here. We got a decent amount of HP. So first wave will be Zoo behind us, Rappies in front. I did see an interesting video today. I shared it in the Discord of super high level play involving what looks like sphered equipment, because that damage, I cannot fathom how it could be that high without being sphered correctly. With, I think it was double Hugh cast Ramar Force? It was very interesting. But some of those strats are not going to be applicable if team doesn't have that DPS. So we're going to play it a little safer. So you need everybody to talk to the console, please. There we go. So again, don't go forward. So ideally here, we'll have Ertamperometer paralyze the charging Dorfon. It'll come real close to us. I'm going to put a safety Gupoe right here. There we go. Now it's close enough that team can take care of it, and we can slow down the Astarks. There we go. So I think I'll help with DPS in the next run. I just want to kind of walk the chat through, especially the role. Now, if you're a force, what I would recommend, you make a beeline over to this safety rock. Come to the safety rock, other force. Hide behind the safety rock. Love the safety rock. Embrace it for what it is. Other players can potentially join, but no, Safety Rock is too powerful. So the reason why this is a strong place, especially for low-level play, not going to say for high-level play, I'm not going to pretend to know super high-level play, but from the standpoint of low-level play, that's going to prevent all the Dwarfons from charging, so if people don't have Gafoi, or you don't have Twin Blaze, then they're just going to run into it like big dummies, and you're going to watch them charge you, and you're going to be like, tee-hee, that's all you could do, and you can punish them from the sides pretty easily. So even if you're a ranger, it's a pretty good place to stand. So this is now my favorite spot. Thank you, chat, for reminding me again. It might have been Hoopweed that reminded me it was there. Then there's another rock in another place that is my favorite. Although I did see a different location being used for high-level play, which I thought was interesting. But I still think I prefer my safety rock for now. Yeah, this makes it so much more manageable. This also stops Astarks from leaping at you because they don't have line of sight. It doesn't mean you can't get struck by them, they can hit through the rock. But moments like this, you just watch the Dwarfons like big dummy headbutt into rock, and that's all they could do. So it's just much more manageable. The only downside to this position going to it early is there's 2 Rappies in this wave, which we'll see in a moment. They're outside of normal range, so honestly, what I do, because I don't care about XP, I just grants them from where I'm standing to get them to run. Because I don't care about Rappy Drop. So I'm just going to grant them so we can move on to another wave. But ideally, if you have a team that's pretty high level, you would have still probably one person vaguely in this area. And then the other people would be on either the far side or in the middle, trying to like hyper shoot down all the zoos. So we don't need to worry about anything. Yeah, normally if you are playing with a slightly higher level group than the one we're using now, the zoos is your indicator that bad things are coming. So if you see zoos, panic, run to the panic zone. And you cannot really go wrong by doing so. Even though I accidentally stopped them with Gafoi there, the downside is you could laser if we Gafoi too early. We could get lasered. But again, if they try to charge, they don't do anything, so negating half of their attacks straight up is pretty good for new players. Like, sometimes it really is about just avoiding the knockdown, because it does waste a lot of time. And we're still in a somewhat good position that we're able to spam the whole time. Also, as a reminder to people that are playing with forces, especially people that don't have Adept, do not assume the other players have Adept. I'd recommend if you see any Difluids or Trifluids, you pick those up for the group, if you're able to, and share it with the group. Your force will love you. Like, just to give the chat an idea, that room costs me about 2-ish Trifluids, and I'm a high-level force. So it's very brutal on TP without Adept. Yeah, it's gonna cost a little more with other players. So please be kind. If you see those Trifluids, pick them up. This one you can... I guess if you want to. I just recommend walking a little back from the start no matter what. And then we'll go into the right position in a moment. So the happy spot for the enemies is over here. So a good visual tell is the floor is not sand. So if you stand where I am, most things will not really do damage to you. And even if they charge you, it's usually not that bad, to be honest. Yeah. It is a little tricky to know when to Gafoi or not with lower level parties, since it can be a little spooky to actually spam Gafoi there. So technically you should also, on the first wave, not Gafoi spam, but most of the time it's okay. So if you forget, it's not the end of the world. As long as you're in the right position, it shouldn't matter. Because they do have to charge such a far distance that you can react, walk out of the way if you do forget. So it's better just to be in the safety spot. Other players, as I said before, can be more bold and choose to go in the middle, but forces play the way forces want to play, which is I want to hit one button the whole time, get away from me. Wow, that is an almost instantly dead Dwarfon. Yeah, so potentially with the right kind of seize items, it can go real fast. Ouch. I have been the lasered. But anyway, if you want to know what spell to use, trick question, it's always Gafoi. I mean, if you want to, if it looks like your team is not quite speeding through a kill, I mean, you can like Rabarda a bird to make it a bit more convenient for them, but more often than not, you want to be stacking Gafoi to save some time. Like, I'll do a couple grances here because I'm a full moral, but I'm going to go back to Gafoi stacking. So again, here's your sign if you're playing at mid-level characters that are not already congregated here. This is where you do the hello to the chat. You tell them to get their butt over here. So we have to be careful not to actually use Gafoi towards the end. I'm actually going to stop using Gafoi here. I want them to charge and get really close. And if you did Gafoi, just don't Gafoi for a little bit, and it should be fine. Yeah. Then you're fine. If somebody is Twin Blaze, this is where it would be ideal. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to pop it right here. And unfortunately, chat was not directly against me, but that's fine. But that'll force them against the wall. And notice that they're not really charging. And then they die. Yeah, we don't have to worry about the repeated crisscross. They were slowly starting to get back into it, but it's fine. So yeah, it's much easier if you have Mercurius Rod or a Twin Blaze. So that way you can leave a Gafoi out. I did learn the other day that apparently Cannon Rouge is fast enough to strike that. I don't think Fomoral can ever cast fast enough to do anything there, so I'm not going to bother. So we're going to show you the lovely safety spot for all the forces. How rude of you, Dorfon. This rock is your friend. If you're playing high-level play, chat can stay here. I'm just going to show for high-level play. So high-level play, when we get to the final wave of Dorfons, this spot over here looked like it was pretty good. But I think from the standpoint of newer players, I think this one is just easier to teach. But just be aware, like there are multiple spots you can stand, and that one will be in a slightly better position against some of the enemies. But this one is just way, way safer overall. There's nowhere, if you accidentally Gafoi early a Dorfon, it has like literally no impact at all. Like, what is he gonna do? Charge into the rock and do no damage? So, definitely good for just learning their initial spawns. And for solo play, I like it for solo play. So we're teaching you all the solo play strats, which may or may not be optimal. We'll put a disclaimer on that. Yeah, see what I mean? So, like, if somebody was over here from the other spot, they would be able to kill that last Rappy. But that's fine. So we'll play a little more aggressive, but I'm going to go back to my happy spot in a moment. I just wanted to hit those Rappies, basically. So you'll know you're coming up on the final wave when there's a lot of Astarks. This wave is also kind of annoying, but also look at it this way. If everybody's behind the safety rock, then the safety rock also just kind of stops them from advancing on you for the most part. Like, some will sometimes get around, but it won't be as egregious. Like, see, they're all getting stuck on themselves and the safety rock. Yeah, the birds are trying to flap to fly at us, but they can't quite figure it out. They're trying, it doesn't work. Their AI doesn't understand what the rock is. Here's another example where technically we hit the Dorfon early. That immediately deleted that Dorfon. Ripped that Dorfon. Good shot from our rangers there to kill that. Yeah. And now it doesn't matter if we stack Gafoi. It just doesn't. It's just much easier for the force. So if you're looking to play with this with groups, this is just a strategy that just makes it consistent. It's not going to be the fastest, but it's so strong. Invincibility for the win, yeah. And again, if something is too far, you just grants them just to speed it along. Or if you don't have grants at a high level, I think regular Zond or Barda might have more range, now that I think about it. Zond is pretty good, though. Okay, so you can tell by this wave, there's a lot of Astarks. So just remember, first room, first wave, Rifoi. Unless your team is really high level and they can delete the Dorfon instantly. In which case you could pause them in the middle of the screen, whatever. So group of zoos, everybody to the panic room. Group of zoos in the second room, go to the panic spot. Group of Astarks, go to the panic spot. So the Dwarfons are about to charge as soon as this last Astark dies, so just be ready for that. So again, they've split a little bit, and it is a little annoying when they laser, but as long as the team isn't like really far beyond the safety rock will block a majority of the rushes here. We get to see this weird Dwarfon Hydra thing on our screen. So yeah, so even though we got a couple of unfortunate lasers, we stopped ourselves from getting knocked down for like a minute plus. So I will consider that a nice strategy. Anything to reduce the knockdown is nice. Now, I would recommend you push as far as you can as a solo force here. I don't recommend dying on the first room if you do need fluids. There's one that I like to call the respawn Gertabulu. If you can manage to get to that room, burning all of your die fluids and all of your tri fluids, that would be the best enemy to die on because it's beyond the first room of this area. So for people that haven't seen it before, spoilers, Gafoi stacking. Just Gafoi stacking, Gafoi stacking, Gafoi stacking. Now the first wave is a bunch of Marissas. Looks like one of our teammates is already shooting at them. But then after that, it's just a mix of Gorons, Pyrogorons, Marissas, Satellite Lizards, and most of those are going to take Gafoi damage. So just keep stacking and believe in the DPS of your other party members. And keep in mind, if you're in like a somewhat, not like too deep into the room, but slightly further from the very entrance of the room, your slow-moving Gafoi will eventually hit the Gorons that do spawn in, and then it's GG to them. Ooh. I saw my Slicer, and then I also saw Demon Mech Gun. I think just delete that for poor Gertabulu. So again, as long as we don't go too deep into the room as a force, our Gafoi will hit the Gorons that are slowly walking towards us, and the Satellite Lizards will die instantly, and the Marissas will die nearly instantly. So case in point. So this is another wave almost completely deleted by force. And this is a wave where Gafoi will slow down the zoos for the team. This is where, as a force, if you see a Goron detonator, just get into some debuffs. Yeah. So if you're playing with non-Demon Mech Gun stuff, Zalora is important on Gertabulu to get the last little bit of health. And sometimes you can help with grants, but when in doubt, just Gafoi. Never stop Gafoing. So see, even here, even though we didn't have a good stack going, because, you know, you can't stack it, there's enough upcoming Gafois that made it so that when they come towards us, they take the remainder of the damage. And here's another example. We're not going to do a ton with Gafoi here, but the ones from earlier, I'm going to do like 400, 500 damage. So it's like getting 2 spells worth, potentially. Depending on just how many forces are stacking them, and it hasn't hit them yet. Here's another example. We just start stacking Gafoi, no matter what there. Okay, this will slow them down a little bit. Give us some opportunity for debuffs. So I think I hit him for like 12 damage there, but more importantly, it bought me a moment to debuff the Goron detonators. So yeah, that's probably the most important thing as a force. If you see a Goron detonator, just gel in or Zalora, depending on group. If group looks really good, just Zalora. If group is about, you know, low level, maybe 120s, for the area, I mean, specifically, I would recommend gelin so the team doesn't get bodied. Rip the Zeus. Yeah, so normally it's a Fomoral. I'll switch over to Slicer Fanatic just to give a triple chance of striking it. That's also why Slicer is so good, because it uses normal accuracy if you do this glitch of doing special and then immediately normal before the special lands. And that means you could get away with like really hilariously low ATA on the Fomoral and still land it. And that's 3 chances of demons, which more likely than not is going to trigger. And honestly, Slicer is still a really good thing to have even on non-Fomoral, just because it's just that good at countering the area. This room is kind of annoying. I doubt they'll ever change it, but I really wish these zoos did not move before we entered this room. There's a couple other rooms in episode 4 that the zoos will wait until you enter the room before they fly around, but this is one of the ones where they just automatically move. There's quite a few spawns in this that I'm not a fan of. One of them was the double door fawn as soon as you go into room 2 is really stupid. I think that's one of my least favorite spawns in the game. Not saying you can't stop them from charging, but it's like, it's not really fair to new players. And I don't think it's even fair to like female forces either. They just spawn too quickly for you to really like consistently Gafoe. So unless you're like unarmed male with like Rabarda or NV801, I don't really understand what you would do as like faux new world, for example. This feels kind of bad. It's really tight. Even when I play solo, I still sometimes get hit by that. So more often than not, I just volunteer to take damage. So what I end up doing if I'm playing female force into it, I just hold left, so that way one of them might hit me slightly later than the other, and I don't get double hit. Because what can happen if you stand still is you can take 1400 or more damage because it double hits you, and you just die instantly. It's very lame. It is very, very lame when that happens. So if people don't like the quest, that's probably one of the biggest spawn issues. The others are just okay. But yeah, this is just kind of Gafoe heaven for forces for a while. Which is why I like this portion of the quest. All I'm doing is hitting one button. I'm like, listen, sometimes I just don't want to think about the wave. I just want to believe the Gafoe stack will kill everything. So we're getting an okay amount of experience. We've gotten about as much as you would get in TTF. And we haven't completed the quest yet. So congratulations on everybody having a nice 8 as their final digit across the board. The demon mech gun is deleting so quickly. I literally swap weapon and the enemy's dead already. Demon mech gun, really good. Let's heal the group here. I'm getting kind of low on tri-fluids. Has the team been picking up any... Oh, I don't want to donate here, actually. Has the team been picking up any tri-fluids? I'm literally down to 3, because I don't have adept on this character. Oh, no, I do. I'm just burning that many. Yeah, I still have 10 dye fluids, so it's not like... You're carrying a full stack. Could you drop a few? 7's pretty good, thank you. Yeah, so what I would recommend is that if you are playing solo, I'm just going to showcase the next room. This is just a lone Girdabulu. Unequip your mag, die to it, go back to town, restock. If you're playing solo. Multiplayer, it's fine. Team will hopefully have your back with some tri-fluids. Gonna make sure to reapply some buffs. We are coming up to a healing circle in not this room, but 2 rooms from now. And that is going to be useful if you're a trap user to get traps for the final area. Otherwise, it's probably better just escape all death at some point in the beginning part. Just to get traps back. Yeah, magical piece, Gafoe merge, ignition cloak, all these things would really greatly increase the time, or decrease the time spent in the quest, and increase just how fast you're able to kill. I mean, look at that. That was 2 waves back to back that are susceptible to Gafoe. And even Goron takes like a pretty high amount of damage. So imagine just being Faux Newman into this. And oh look, another wave with Sand Rappies that instantly get deleted by Gafoe. And then as long as chat has your back with the zoos, it's not that bad. And if you're playing solo, multiple Gafoes out is also not heinously slow. It is slow in multiplayer with just one, but 2 forces is not that bad. I'm gonna grant a couple times and keep stacking. Let's debuff the Goron Detonator so chat doesn't die. And again, eventually, if you're playing with really strong sets of people, you basically only Zalor and never Jellin. So if everybody is like crazy powerful, you're playing with like level 180 Hucast, you're playing with like 190 Ramars, like those are the people who are like, you can probably get away without debuffing with Jellin. That Gertabulu died nearly instantly. Rip Gertabulu. Rest in pieces, Gertabulu. Oh, look at that. We're Gafoe sacking again. Rip. Look at that roll XP. Get out of here. Rondinator almost dead. Gertabulu deleted by team. I'm a liar. Never mind, it does go straight to the healing circle. For some reason I thought there was another wave. Anyway, time to get healing circle stuff back. My bad. I miscounted in my head how many rooms were there between us and the healing circle. I guess I go back for the materials, I guess. I was on the fence because they're not like power, mind, HP. Oh. Sorry, chat. I need to step out for like 1 minute. 1 moment. Sorry about that, chat. Let's continue. Thank you for the welcome back. So yeah, this pretty much just always Gafoe, honestly. There's a couple waves you might Rebarda, maybe. But as long as you're playing with a mix of Force and Rager, it's probably just better to Gafoe stack. There should always be at least one person dedicated to it at minimum. There's just, like, see, like, there again, like, we'd been Refoing, we wouldn't just, like, instant delete the Yowies. And by deleting those Yowies, it's easier for the Zoos to get shot. Yeah, here's a wave where we're not as rewarded for it, so I'll Rebarda a couple times here. And then I'll go immediately back to Gafoi stacking once I realize they're low on HP. Okay, that should wound the Marissas. So as long as we kill the Marissas, rest of the chat will handle those. Nice. So definitely oops all Gafoi time. Yeah, not Gafoing in this quest loses a ton of time. As you can see, like, just so many enemies are weak to it. And even just, like, even if it doesn't stack, it's still going to hit them for several hundred damage anyway. And just make it easier for rangers with, like, charge arms or, like, Baran's launchers to just instant delete things. And oh, look, we were stacking Gafoi, so Marissa still took, like, almost all their HP and died. So again, this is a wave that rangers don't even necessarily have anything to do if we have enough DPS. And keep in mind, we're playing as 2 female forces, so we don't have the benefit of the additional bonus on Gafoi damage. There's a present and a photon drop I gotta go pick up. Just be careful when the last Gertabulu dies, aka this one, because you might touch the warp. Just be really, really careful you don't use the warp. Another photon crystal? Okay. So we got a couple rooms until the end. Most of the Gertabulus are kind of spaced out. This is probably the quest of the year to get limiters. So this is why I end up running this one a little more than the other ones, but the other ones are still really good. Okay. Let's proceed. So the first wave is going to be a Goron Detonator, and then after that it's going to be triple Rappy, triple Marissa. What I would recommend for the rangers of the group, there's going to be on the far left and the far right, not on this upcoming Marissa wave, but the one after it. This is the thing for rangers to remember. There will be annoying Pyro-Gorons that are not pulled by people standing in the center of the room. So someone has to go left, someone has to go right. So we as the forces will clear this up, but we're going to need somebody to go hard left, somebody to go hard right. Because otherwise you don't pull all of them. And then once you pull them, just come back to the group. So sometimes as a force, I'll pull them in like that. And once they're pulled in, we're good. That's probably the other place where you can lose a lot of time, is if you don't pull all the Pyro-Gorons, they don't get hit by Gafoi, they don't get stacked on by other stuff. And that's probably the only problem wave. Oh, YouTube music, please. I was just hearing Ninja Gaiden for some reason. Yeah, what I would recommend, since we're talking from mostly a perspective of the Force, let's talk about like what Rangers need to think about. Rangers, your goal, paralyze Dorphons, take out Gertabulu, kill Zeus. Almost everything else can be handled by Force. If you see Goron Detonators, that's also you. Same kind of rule applies to the Hunters. The difference being, if you're a ranger, you can also help out with the Pyro-Gorons with a good blast. AKA the more yellow of the Gorons. So even if you don't know, like, oh, it's the ones that are weak to ice, just know it's not the purple ones. The purple ones die really quick to forces. You don't need to worry about those. If they happen to be left over, you can clean them up. But just remember, if you have things that paralyze... Ooh, Guardiana. If that came with hit, that's actually really good. If you happen to paralyze with range shots, they might teleport, which is really bad. So I would actually recommend either melee to paralyze them or stick to freeze traps. Because otherwise what could happen is they could teleport while being shot as a reaction to being shot and end up being in a very annoying position for the team. As a force, as you get higher level, it's recommended you bring a Bringer's Arm with you at all times to assist with either potentially demoning a Goron Detonator or definitely demoning a Gertabulu. Otherwise, if you don't have those tools, Grants can potentially speed it up a little bit. But just keep in mind, first and foremost, you need to be Gafoi stacking. So you can help damage, but generally don't aim to end the wave doing something other than Gafoi. So that will call a little bit of a judgment call in multiplayer, like if your damage is needed. Looks like we got trolled by a far enemy. Sorry, there's a couple of waves that have the Gorons like that. So just keep an eye out on the minimap. Like, this wave is fine. We don't need to, like, pull more people in. But generally speaking, you know, one ranger or hunter will hover on one side, and forces usually stay roughly in the middle. I unfortunately couldn't join in because I was Gafoing. I could have saved that. I was pretty close. Gafoing, unfortunately, is very slow. I pressed the control panel to do it and everything, and it was still Gafoing. Rip. So, Gertabulus here will always mark a transition to the next room. So just be really, really careful, because it can be very easy to accidentally warp out into the other room. And if you do that, you have to die to go backwards. If you complete the quest, you can't come back in here, as we learned the other day, which was a bit sad. I'm actually doing pretty good fluid-wise now. Chat kind of restocked me completely, so... Even though I haven't seen basically any tri-fluids this whole time, chat bailed me out with the 7 earlier, so I'm good for the rest of the run. I'm gonna reapply buffs since we happen to be waiting around. But, yeah, not bad. Go one more floor. This room can be kind of annoying, so I'm gonna recommend for new players, once you get through this horrible mishmash of Zoo and Marissa, if you want to play ultra safe, you go on the right of the panel if you're facing it, and you hide back here. This will stop it so that if a Gertabulu does spawn, which it will spawn at some point, that the Gertabulus cannot pull you. Ooh, chat with the random PBs. Learn the left side is death the hard way. Yeah. So if you're back where I am, this is the safest spot in the world for a force. You can still Gafoe spam. But just remember, if you're trying to squeeze through... Nope. See, you can't get through there. Go the other... You have to go the long way. Yeah, go around. Just remember, you have to hug the outside wall. Once you do that, you can reach it. The other one doesn't let you squeeze through. It looks like you should be able to, but you just can't. And that causes an issue with the game later. So if the enemies try to pull you, they can't do anything. If you stay roughly around where the post is, like where I am, and as long as you're not too far over to the right, so you're like not where the gap is, if a Gertabulu does pull you, it just pulls you into the laser gate, which doesn't impact you because it'll keep pulling you, and it can't pull you because the laser gate's in the way. So you're basically effectively immune to all the Gertabulu. And that is my single player strat. I found that on my own, chat. You should feel proud. After dying to this quest like 2 times, I'm like, what are you supposed to do about this in solo? There has to be a way to beat this. And then I found the dumbest way. I'm like, listen, I'm going to do this to complete the quest. So if you have 2 rangers, I would say it's not necessary. Here's an example where if the Gertabulu pulled us here, it can't hurt us. As long as neither of us are like against the far right, well, right relative to how we're facing currently. As long as none of us are on that right side where the impassable passage, as long as we're not in that little gap, then we don't take damage, because Gertabulu can't actually reach you. If you do face stick into it, you can be damaged by some of the Gertabulu, so just be warned. If you're a ranger, you could shoot through there fairly safely, though. It doesn't really matter. But forces don't care. Your visual cue for when you need to consider the panic room is Goron detonators. So if you see Goron detonators and you see like, oops, all Goron detonators, that's where you know you have 1 wave to get into the safety zone. So for now, for sake of clear, I'll come out here and I see the panic Gorons, so I'm just going back. I'm not dealing with these. And the best part about this is if you have a high level Grants, you can use that to kind of poke at the enemies that are out of range. Or alternatively, Zond is good. Barda does not work here in general because Barda will not go through the laser gate. I believe Foe also will not go through the laser gate. But things that don't target, like Razond, work, and things that don't rely off of going along the floor also work, like regular Zond. If the target is above the laser gate, that's also fine. You can riff all the way through, of course. So I'm just gonna kind of nuke them, soften them up a little bit. Usually there's like 1 enemy by itself if you do this strategy, so there's gonna be a Goron at the far end of the room. What I would recommend if you have a force is you're just gonna Grants it if you can, and then immediately run back to roughly the middle. So see, there's like a couple of Pyro Gorons over there. So like from this distance, I'm able to Grants. And then we're just gonna stay here, and even if it pulls us, as long as we're here, you'll notice they're not gonna be very successful. So now what would normally be a very annoying encounter without paralysis, especially for playing solo, it's just more of a, how many grants do I feel like doing? When it's down to 2, I would say if you're a ranger, it's safe to leave the safety area if you'd like to do some damage. The 4 is usually a bit of a problem because they could just kind of instant nuke you. If you get hit by like quadra freeze, you just die on the spot most of the time. But anyway, even with the pause, that did not take too long. So congrats, team. Also, 119. Look at that. I think you were 114 at one point today. Possibly lower than that. Already 119. Fantastic levels. So we ended up getting about 290,000. Not quite outpacing how fast you get it in TTF, but also doesn't require us to beat any bosses, so take that as you will. So let's see, if Adrius and Valkigun would like to hop in, we're going to start there, and if there's nobody else besides them that have not played so far, we will reach out to the current team to do a couple games. But hopefully these levels helped. Sadly, we didn't get anything too crazy in terms of rares. Put these away. Oh, Adrius is not hopping in today? Okay, then we could keep most people, I think, of the team. So let us know, Valkigun, if you'd like to join in. Make sure to hand in the quest to get Cole. Naya saying they can hop out? Sure. Hopefully you had fun today. I want to try to be as fair as possible because there are quite a few more people that join in compared to even the beginning of the year. So thank you again for everybody for the support. I'm going to switch characters. I think I'm good with Pink ID. I'm going to try to get one set of Cannon Rouge and everything else. I want to see how hard this is to do as a hunter, to be honest. As long as we have a force, I'm happy. So yeah, even during XP week, we'll still get some more chance of limiter because this has the most Gertabulus and is the most recommended quest outside of the anniversary event for getting limiter from Gertabulu. Of course, there's always Astark on surface as blue ID, but just be aware. I'm gonna bring somebody in different. So this character is gonna bring in freeze traps and paralysis. So I'm gonna try to take the knowledge that we have from the force perspective and see if I can apply any of that to the hunter, because I gotta just get practicing with them. Let's make a game. Oh, you're hopping out in Ertamperometer? Yeah, we're pretty close to the end of the stream for PSO anyway. They'll probably do one of these until like a TTF. Welcome, Valkigun. I think you might be able to come back in, Rothen, if Ertamperometer is dropping. And Adrius doesn't need to come in. I think we should be good there if you'd like to join in for a few more. Okay, let's get our V5 unit on. So again, my goal is mostly just to take out Goron detonators, freeze trap whatever I find annoying, and generally try to keep the forces safe. So I want to make sure I have my mech guns. Try this. How close am I to maxing ATA? 203 versus 218. Never mind. Not even remotely close with my other items. There we go. So this will be more... We did a lot of force-focused runs. These will be for a lot of the rangers in the party. So we're hopefully going to see some Cannon Rouges, some silly nonsense drop. So it looks like we have 2 forces, a ranger, and a hunter. That's not bad. How am I doing in terms of damage? I got kunai for some of the things. See how it goes. And again, just we're building up coal for the group. So hopefully that'll also go towards any additional presence. Remember to save up for 40 coal for ultimate presence. Or if you're very new to the game and you really desperately need the PD, you're like, man, I need a frozen shooter spread needle and I have like literally 8 photon drop or something. 8 coal will generally net you, I think, a PD. I think is the current going rate. So doing just a few of these quests will get you enough to get started to then get coal more easily by being able to clear faster. So sometimes you have to go towards the long-term investment. Just keep that in mind if you're desperate for trade PDs. That even if you don't get anything crazy in the run, it might be fine as long as you do coal. I don't super recommend this run in particular for non-forces, but just be aware that that's an option. Oh, somebody demoned that and was like, goodbye. Goodbye, Stark. So yeah, so I'm here to basically speed up all the force kills. All the stuff that they don't want to kill, I'm just going to go deal with. So at some point, we should probably go to the safety rock, but I'll leave it up to the forces when they want to go there. I'm just going to shadow them for a little bit. Let's get some regular pistol. That was a little too far for Vulcan. Oh, that's an awkward spot. Thank you for the grants. Oh, almost got the kill in time. It was close. Oh, I killed the furthest of the two. I was like, wait a minute. I just saw his health hit 0. What happened? Like, never mind. Makes sense. I'm gonna slowly make my way towards the safety rock. Snipe a couple of enemies that are annoying to the group. There we go. Goodbye, Astar. So I'm gonna go ahead and dodge towards the rock. Oh! I didn't get behind the rock in time. That's unfortunate. Time to freeze trap those annoying enemies. By Dorfon. That's fine. You can zigzag all at once. Yeah, this wave I don't really have too much to do. Guess I'll just paralyze what I can. Stall them a little bit. Lone Rappy. We're gonna take damage here. Or not. Never mind. Didn't focus me. What a fool. Okay. Here's where I need to do some good single target damage. Get rid of the zoo. Should kill one of them. Kill the other with the kunai. See another Gafoe 20. I should probably pick it up for the team. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, when in doubt, I'm gonna be charge mech gunning. I don't really need too many other weapons, to be honest. Most of the crowd control stuff should be handled by the forces, since we have 2 of them. I will try to put freeze traps on some of the Goron detonators. But otherwise, like, just regular Buddhas don't really do anything to the group. paralyzed every single one but the one I was facing. That kind of sucked. Unlucky. Yeah, so I see the zoos. They're going to be my targets. So let me snipe them. Because I'm going to recognize the fire damage is going to way eclipse everything else. And because I did that, I'm going to react to the Gfoe being stopping the Dwarfon there and kill the Dwarfon before it charges. And then the forces can continue to Gfoe spam. It'll be fine. I mean, I could Confuse Trap here, I guess. Babuda, the nemesis of all the forces here. Let me get a couple of these killed. Wait a minute, hold on. It stopped moving, and then the Astark pushed me into it, and then I took damage from the Dwarfon? Seriously? Dwarfon hitboxes, please. What was that? What actual nonsense? Okay, let's try to position for the zoos. That way Team King can just continue doing their things. Ooh. Rip the buffs, though. Okay, everybody come to the panic zone. And then we're gonna let Gfoe wear off a little bit, and then when the last zoo dies, spam Gfoe. Well, that might have been an early Gfoe. That is a bit unfortunate, actually. Okay, paralyzed 2 of them. I'm gonna let the ranger deal with the others. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I don't quite have the raw DPS to blitz it down, but I can stun a couple of them, which is better than nothing. But with demons, it goes really quickly. So I'd say as we transition from, you know, brand fresh characters to higher level characters, once the Gfoe has already stopped the Dwarfons, and you have Bringer's Arm, that's where the forces would demon. So that way, for example, Hughcast or Ranger could just focus on doing like that last 1,000 damage, and forces just kind of do whatever they can to demon. Goodbye my health total. I should have waited for the Phonyman there. Whoops. Misplay. I'm going to safety heal just in case my invincibility wears off at a bad time. I want that Dwarfon dead. Ooh, not a good wave for the forces here. Maybe we should have freeze trapped that. Yeah, you can see the damage is so high there, I don't even necessarily need to paralyze. If it's just one Dwarfon, it might be worth just doing what I can here. I'm gonna go back downwards. Let's go ahead and take the power material. I don't really have anything to do in this wave. I can probably just kill the Babudas here. I think I'll pop a freeze trap. Or, never mind. Too slow. We're not going to worry about the Yowies. We know the forces will kill them. Just gotta land hits on the zoos. Yeah, when you got double Gfoe out there, you don't worry about the satellite lizards at all. You try your best to ignore them. Paralyzed to buy time for the chat. Okay. Now we gotta start potentially hiding behind the Panic Rock. We're almost on the final wave. Actually, before that, let me deal with the Rappies. There we go. Penultimate wave. Emergency Dwarfon incoming. That Astark is really far from us. Let me hopefully hit this a couple times. And then run to the Panic Rock. Ooh, I saved it. I could be in really big trouble if that actually kills anything, though. I might be dead here. We'll see. I'm not behind the safety rock yet. Okay, I did not kill anything. But I did get a higher level shifted D-band. We'll let the forces kill the lizard. Please, Gafoia. There we go. Oh, I got confused at the worst time. Well, I got the double paralysis. I physically cannot tell what is happening here. Oh no, so many photon blasts, chat, no. I got 2 paralyzed with my big beat stick. Good. Let's see. Some evades. Pick up the mine material. What did I pick up earlier? Oh, just one of these. Do I have... Oh, I guess I have that many raw weapons on me. Oops. Should have put a few away. Oh well. What am I doing in terms of healing? 6 dimates, 9 trimates. That's okay. I'll be a little more worried in the next area. If I land a really good rainbow baton here, this would save a lot of time. There we go. Now they're fighting each other. GG, got them. Because I'm using melee weapons, I don't have to worry about these things teleporting around. That's the kind of counterplay to Gorons. Unfortunately, Hunters are using melee most of the time anyway, or they would prefer to. But, Mech Gun OP. I think it's kunai time. The double paralysis. Look at that, chat. Kunai's so cheap. So I'm just gonna lock it down for the team. That's all I'm looking to do. GG. I mean, I guess I can pop a free strap here for the team. Anything that just gets the team set up for more Gafoes. Because if I recognize the team is not doing damage, I gotta do something. Ratio? Okay, not bad for casts. I'm gonna believe that 2 forces with Gafoe are gonna delete everything, and I don't need to worry about this. Nice level up. Switch to last swan just to get some consistent fast damage out here. Team will just stack Gafoe. Should be good. There we go. So, oh, actually, let me shoot the zoo out of the sky. The other thing already got demon to hell. I'm just gonna choose to confuse them. Buy the chat a couple seconds. Although, actually, you know what? We're coming up to free strap restore. I should probably just shoot these then. Buy the chat some time. I can pop another one just for chat. Never mind, not needed. Oops. Yeah, see, Last Swan's able to shoot high enough to hit the zoo when it's at that height. Vulcan doesn't quite have that flexibility. Although now I literally just can't see where they are because there's the max height. There we go. The double paralysis. GG. I love kunai, chat. It's my new favorite weapon. Just makes it easier for Demon to land. It stops hitting the forces. So unfair. See a couple tri-fluids, so I'm gonna free up a slot so I can pick them up just to drop them. I'm gonna leave 2 over here if chat needs them. Along with the dye fluid, I think. Chat's actually good. Okay, then I'll drop the dye fluid and in exchange, just keep a tri-fluid for now. So I do want to be as fair as possible to the other team. Team gave me a lot of tri-fluids last run. Gotta make sure we can do our due diligence there. Oh, I got lasered right as a shot. That sucked. Got hit by the other one. Our fortune has changed. That's telling me it's 7 o'clock my time, so we still got enough time to complete the run for sure. Smiles upon Rangers, oof. Please, please. That unfortunate movement via keys. Get trolled. Already dead. And I'll swing at a... This is before. I don't want to focus fire when it's fire damage. Mostly just want to see what is actually damageable by fire, and anything that can't be damaged by fire, I murder. Let's kill the zoo. Let Chak stat more Gafoes. Deal with the Goron detonator. Freeze traps since they're being annoying. Get hit by the thing that I'm shooting because life is unfair. Oh, come on, seriously? That is so unlucky. What is causing him to teleport so much? Please stop teleporting. I didn't even fire yet and he's teleporting. It's like ridiculous. Rip my HP though. Getting juked. Paralyzed. The Gerdabiloo should be dead. I'm just gonna focus on the zoo. Okay, hit the Marissa a little more. Yeah, there's zoos on the wall, which is unfortunate. I can't hit that one. We're gonna believe in grants on this one. Oops, still not targetable to me. So sad. Give chat more time to Gafoe. I'm not used to the first special landing. There we go. Now it begins. Uh-oh, somebody is a level 28 Jellin. We'll have to fix that. So I'm pretty sure I have a few Jellins that are level 30. I don't have any Zalors left, I think. My last one was just given away. So sadly, I'm not going to be able to debuff very easily if I want to do stuff for later. For a new character, but that's fine. Ooh, actually, that also means I don't have a high-level Gafoe for my other character. Wait a minute, that's a problem. I might have to do some trades later. Because I do need a Gafoe. I didn't think about that. I'm like, wait a minute. I probably will make a force. Thank you for the heal. Chat some time, do some DPS. There we go. By Marissas that are near the forces. Disco Liberator, disappointing, don't need that. So many zoos. Two zoos down. Three zoos down. Four, and this should be it. Oh, I thought I was lined up with him already, so I just shot the gun. What am I targeting over there? Game, please. Are you targeting like a Rappy standing up? What was that? Uh-oh. A little bit of trouble. Okay, there we go. Basilisk Garden, nice. So unfair how much damage we're doing to that. Let's throw in another freeze trap. Yeah, I could have been a little more aggressive with freeze traps, but at the same time, there's so many waves that are just Gafoeable. Might just brute force kill the Gerdabulo, I was gonna say. I'm doing so much damage already, GG. Pick up another Tri-Fluid for later. Couple power materials, I'll go get those. I dropped Escape Doll, I don't need this many. Pick up Masetta. There we go. Store my traps. Yeah, I think more the above ground I should have freeze trapped more. Underground is like, I don't know, we kind of shut down the wave so fast. Some of them, like, it looks like we should have been able to use it there, but it just wasn't worth it. Nice, I got the confuse off. I will weaken the Marissas up a little so we don't have to deal with them. Oh, Satellite Lizard block the zoo shots. Unfortunate. Oh well, let's kill this one. Okay, I think that was a good freeze. This Run Detonator is annoying, and none of these things die instantly to fire. I think we freeze trap here again if we're able. There we go. That left for pretty consistent demons. That was worth it. And I guess I'll throw out fire traps in rooms where I see it's all fire things anyway. Who cares? Okay, mixed damage types. Let's put down a freeze trap. Let's pop one freeze trap for the team, because they did get knocked down earlier. That should buy a lot of time for Gafoe stacking. I gotta relearn where all the zoos actually spawn. Already paralyzed, GG. Pretty much guaranteed demons here. just feels so unfair. Like, they try, they just can't do anything. I probably over the evade material. Well, I'll get rid of a defense material for HP, that's fine. Oh, I say that and I found another defense material. I'm gonna drop my tri-fluids, because if chat needs them, this would be the room. Yeah. There we go. Born Detonator is effectively disabled. Oh, this is like the one-time red sword. It would have actually worked as expected. I'm gonna leave in the team here. I'm not gonna worry about this one. Let's preemptively bring out the charge mech guns for the far right side. Ooh. Remember, if I'm by myself, I do gotta freeze trap a little more. There we go. We killed like 4. We just gotta clean up whatever's here. One down. Go back to our side. Oh, this is an instance I probably want to freeze trap immediately. Getting tagged randomly. That sucks. Freeze trap time again, I think. Give the team moments to reposition without being punished. The extendy arms is brutal. I'm gonna get hit again, aren't I? Oh, I managed to somehow not get hit, actually. See, that time I'm at least hitting them and then they teleport. Like, that makes sense to me. But the other one was, like, teleporting before my shot even landed. It was so unfair. The game, please. Yeah, let's just outright take out a Goron Detonator. Or it'll just go full screen. This is where we use another freeze trap. Congratulations on 120, by the way. I'm trying to react. I'm trying to react. I'm like, oh no, I don't know the button meta of the team. I don't know what buttons they're pressing. See, like, if it's like HellCleave, I feel in my heart what button is being pressed. No questions. Wait, how did I not get buffed from that? Are you serious? Wait, I just didn't get... Wow, that sucks. So, let me get this straight. I mag blasted, but got 0 benefits? That's unfair. I want to go rewatch that. Did my other shiftist somehow cancel it? Or, like, why didn't I receive any buffs? It literally showed me in the mag blast. That's very weird and unfortunate. On my screen, I have no buffs. Unless some magic is happening right now. Yeah, according to this, I don't have buffs. Weird. I might need the team to try to shift to me, just to see what happens. Because according to this, I have no upgrades. So it could be my client bugged out or something weird. I saw there were 2 twins in there, but there was also a dolphin. Not sure what happened. Yeah, could you buff me? Because on mine I don't, and I'm worried my damage is going to be bad. Okay, so that defense applied to me just now. I don't have Shifta, though, on my screen. Can someone just Shifta me real quick, please? Just Shifta. Team, thank you. Okay. Yeah, because now my stats are upgraded, because whatever happened, I didn't get the buff. I'm not really sure what happened specifically. And we're going to put down a freeze trap, and we're going to navigate to the sides a bit more. Give the team some time. Nice level up. Yeah, that was quite unfair. I definitely got cheated on that, straight up. Unfair. Bolt-on drop, nice. Yeah, as you can see, my damage is not... I don't have the equivalency of a super buff. On my screen, everybody is a 41 shifted D-band, as that it only took 2 people. That's what I thought it was going to do, because 2 people matched. But me getting literally nothing is new to me. That kind of sucks. Okay, let's get rid of some of these Goron detonators for the team. Bye. I don't even see the other zoo. Oh, there it is. I couldn't see it in the myriad of color. Okay, I'm gonna put a fire trap down and see where it takes us. Good call. 3 fire damage there. There's a zoo over here. Let me target that one then. Okay, I know I'm coming up to the wave I need to care about. I'm gonna start making my way to the safety area. The panic zone is here. I'm gonna kill a couple of these along the way, though. Time to hide. Put a fire trap down just to get more DPS out there. Take a couple hits for the team just to slow them down. Wow, I can actually paralyze from there? That's stupid. Okay, that's just actually unfair. I'm surprised that reaches. Okay, I'm going in. Oh, they froze me in the twirl. Oh, that would have been such a cool one. Whatever. GG. Okay. Solid run. Sadly, nobody got Heaven Striker or Cannon Rouge. So definitely got robbed. Whatever. We tried going for rares during the Christmas events. I think I got enough time for TTF. Let's try to wrap it up with one last TTF with the current group. Well played, team. Looks like basically everybody that joined in earlier got a ton of levels. So hopefully that helps with your solo adventures. Going from like 680-ish, I think, HP to 747 as an example. That is enough to survive some set damage from rather annoying bosses and or episode 4. But very strange about the bug earlier. I'm gonna put Seize Ray Gun back for now. I might just leave them with the kunai permanently. Honestly, what a fun weapon. It's not great for DPS, but... So, there's just satisfying getting when the 2 Garderbulu are next to each other and getting the double paralysis is really funny to me. Like, it's not going to be super useful that it triple targets every time, but when it does, kind of nice. Or the point blank triple on Dorfon is pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to leave the mech on her because it's been working well. Last Swan I just really love as the gun in general. Red Sword is the melee version of Paralysis to get around the teleporting enemies is actually kind of fun. As we get more levels, we'll be switching to just pure mech guns, but for now, enjoy what we have there. Let me put this away. This character only 127,000 from leveling. Huh. That's like 10 box runs. Yeah, I'll probably do some box runs with her at some point if I'm bored. But it's nice to finally be well over 2,000 ATP with the team. Good feeling. How much coal am I up to? 43. I could get a present. We'll think about it. So let's end in the quest for money. And then we are going to do a TTF run with our new levels. See if we can luck into a red ring or a Psycho Wand. Because remember, we get 2 chances to Psycho Wand while doing TTF with green ID. So can't say we didn't go for Psycho Wand today. But we'll do more serious attempts, I think, of DD2 with the group tomorrow. So the chat will have time to level off stream a little bit. And potentially pick up some random things with the coal that we got today. Because we did get about 24 or 30 coal-ish, collectively. Okay, time to play the Ranger again. TTF. This will be the final run for PSO tonight, and then I'm going to switch over to Suikoden. I'd like to thank everybody preemptively that are just here for PSO for sticking around. Hope that these levels help, but sadly, as it said before, it looks like luck was not on our side, quote unquote. We did not roll into the proper RNG. Yeah, I'm using, I think, Centurion to get the luck score needed. I'm actually going to switch back to Yashmenikov for the first room. We'll do Angry Stomps. Boom. There we go. Let's go. So yeah, it's just in general, it looks like we got the chat somewhere between either 2 and 7 levels so far. Which is pretty funny to me. I vastly underestimated my damage there. I did not even need to do a 3rd attack. The damage was so high. Yeah, this character now has more total ATP than my Rocket Seal. Downside is I don't have the free straps for the Sinnoh room. But otherwise, just more damage on the boss and more accuracy. So this character's been feeling better and better and better to play solo. To the point where I'm having a lot of fun with this character in TTF. All I needed was that virus armor. It made such a big difference. And about 30 levels from when I last tried it. That also helps. Look how many places I'm hitting when we're aiming at this point. I feel like if we line up our cannon with like the shoulder blade of the wing or whatever you want to call it, man, that does so much damage. But once it lifts, is that still a good position? Yes. Never mind. Absolutely, that was like a one-shot. Congratulations on the photon drops. So there were a couple presents today, but they were mostly just the common drops. Either photon drops or photon crystals. I think technically Add Slot and photon drop were more common. But the way we've been rolling it, you would think the mech gun would be more common than photon drop. Don't need those guns. It's so sad. As I said before, as long as someone goes to the next room, I will just clear these up. And then, potentially get more chances of presence without losing too much time. A Millilly? See, this is why we check. I mean, this will be good XP for the team if I could kill it. Just dropped a DB Saber. What a lame drop. Boo. Lame. I did not menu that well at all. That was my bad. Yeah, what a disappointing drop. Chat happens to see a God Arm. If it's an upgrade for you, by all means keep it. Oh, chat didn't go to this room yet. Ooh, okay. So just so chat is aware, I just need somebody to enter this room. Everybody should not collectively wait in the previous room. Because what happens is we just now didn't spawn the enemy, and we have to wait longer because of this. I thought the chat had already done it. Oops. Yeah, that's gonna add a lot of time, so we gotta wait here like a solid 20, where we could have just been teleporting right now. Unfortunate. Kill you. Yeah, I think it was like 323-ish. EB shield, interesting. Oh, it was facing that way. That confused me. Thank you for the heal. Thank you for the buffs. Striker with 40 hit. Oh, oof. I did not get the shift to restack, but I should be good enough for the boss battle. It shouldn't matter. Just might need it afterwards. Let's go in. Yeah, these plates are weak to fire. I think they're normally weak to lightning in the lower difficulties, if I remember correctly. It just flips it for whatever reason, ultimate. So you can't just like Gazan the entire body of the worm, which is a bit unfortunate. No holy rays. Take the money though. I was gonna say, rare item week so far today has been slacking. A little disappointed. I mean, if people had been watching this and they had to guess what kind of event it was, I feel like more people would have said rare enemy than rare drop rate. Which is kind of sad. Okay. That worked pretty well. Oh, oops, my bad. I was in the room first. I should just go activate this. Rip my buffs. And remind me, somebody here did not have max Gelin. I'm gonna go pick that up before we end the stream. what I'm gonna do is I'll switch into the techie character, and then I'll activate the quest for presence. So I'm gonna open the game in episode 1, and then whoever had gel in 28, I don't know, I think it's maybe Valkigun? We'll give you gel in 30. Because I saw it earlier. Yeah. I was going through in my head, I was like, wait a minute, which of the forces did I not give items to? But let me know, Valkigun, if you need anything else. I do need to now get a Gafoi 29. I'll ask HellCleave, I think, off stream. I'm assuming HellCleave has like a million of those. Because I only really need Rabarda, Razond, Gafoi. I already have Shifted D-Band and Resta. Also, oops, team's already ahead of me. I'm slacking. I've been shot. Rip me. Oh, I just want to get through the laser field. Uh-oh. Where's team going? Oh, yeah, Shmenikov. Okay. Going back for the rare. That's fine. Sadly, I don't think it's a good item. But I respect the hustle. If you haven't seen it before, you might as well pick it up. Now, if it was a 9000M, then it would be like, oh, you'll fight everything to go back for that. Like an LNK with hit, like I will kill everything to get it. Don't ice the screens. No. So, okay. So there's two methods that can be done to speed up the boss fight. One is if you are a force with Excalibur, then you could Gazan the screens, and that's fine. You do not want to pop the screens. The thing you are damaging is not the screens themselves, but the boss behind it. And it's okay to Razond. It just, I have to react to it a little bit. Because Razond does extremely, extremely low damage to the screens. But it can be a little disorienting to other players. I will say I will generally allow it, but I don't recommend you do that in a public game. They'll probably get mad at you. But definitely do not ice the screens. So as a reminder, the way the boss works is the actual core of the boss is behind the screens. So the game will check if you hit the screens, it should damage the boss. Right? It's just that if it happens to be like the red switches, for example, that are in the middle of the floor, that will also damage the boss. The caveat there, though, is that instead of checking what kind of thing damaged the boss, it goes, I got hit, therefore damage is calculated through physical damage, right? And that unfortunately means that forces using things like Rabarda kill the screens faster, but then they apply their very low and terrible ATP to the boss's very infrequent vulnerability periods. So generally speaking, if you don't have Excalibur, it's frowned upon to do that. Or Galatine's also fine. Galatine's an alternative. Technically better. But just be aware that all it cares about is ATP. So given that I'm the highest level character, more or less most people should not be hitting it. It would be expected if you are Fomar or a force in the player 1 slot. It would be expected if you have Excalibur for you to stun lock. We call those the unwritten rules. It's the only boss in the game that behaves that way, and I know I explain it a lot, but it does come up more often than you would think with that annoying DMC. I wish that, not that I wish it would be changed, I just wish it was more clear that's what was happening. Because I know for a long time, I couldn't figure out why certain forces seemed to clear faster or not. And then, like, if somebody in the chat had not mentioned to me that that was the case, I don't know if I ever would have thought they would have only looked at ATP for it. Because, like, there's times where I'm like, why do I feel like the Fonural never kills this thing, but I kill it so fast on Fomar? And lo and behold, it's because of the ATP difference between the two forces. Because I'm like, man, the damage on the screen's, like, pretty even. And it's like, nope. Okay, so we're gonna just kill the two Indie Belras, so the Sorcerer in the middle. We're gonna fingers crossed, last chance to Psycho Wand. Come on, Psycho Wand. I got slapped. Time to run. We could technically kill those if we really wanted to. As I said before, I'm not interested in Monkey King Bar. I barely play Hunter. It doesn't make sense for me to go for Hunter rares for the most part. Okay, so our forces will generally be Gaffoing the first wave. If they're feeling a little scared, a safer version, if they think they might get hit, is Rabarda. Rabarda also does pretty good damage on the spinners, but generally the first wave or two, Lingering Gaffoe will end up clearing out quite a sizable amount of them in the arena. One thing I also recommend is if you are unarmed, it's actually really good if you end up with something like Bringer's Arm to equip it as a male character. That actually shrinks your hurt box compared to the wide casting stance. If you do the one where it looks like he's like crouched down, like he's lunging forward essentially, and his hand extends, that is the worst one you could do in the falls. Because that'll get you hit. You'll see the females just kind of stand upright and hold their arm out. They don't move their legs further apart, so therefore like their hurt box is pretty close to them. But males in particular can get absolutely wrecked depending on what weapon you're using. So sometimes I purposely put on bad weapons, or as I said before, I Bringer's Arm, which just happens to be a good animation. I don't even use it to shoot the spinners. I literally just use it for the tight animation. But definitely would not recommend unarmed. Like, maybe in the beginning for the first couple of Gaffoes, but then after that, it's too risky. Personal opinion. Because that can lead you to getting double hit. If it just led to a single hit, I don't think it would have mattered. But sadly, due to the way the multiplayer works, you're probably going to get double hit from it instead of single hit. And that ends up being ultra lethal. So if you feel like you suddenly just get chewed to death and you're playing a force, that's probably why. We're going to safety Trimate, but I don't think I'll take damage here. Yeah. I felt I was too far from other players. I have a pretty high chance of being targeted, so I'm going to go over here. We're going to wiggle out. Ooh, I'm getting hit by other people's spinners. That kind of sucks, actually. I'm gonna back up slightly. Ooh, juke that laser. Get out of here, laser. That was really unfortunate. It targeted me again. Please stop targeting me. I think also the issue is I think people in front of me are not moving back in front of the boss. So I need to go... Oh, I'm so done. I think I'm gonna get hit again. Oh, dodge at that time. Team is getting absolutely bodied by falls. So as I said before, when you're done dodging, pause and move forward to get through and hit the boss. I'm just gonna hold backwards. I might have done it too slow. Yeah, I did it too slow. Alright, so most of the team is over there, so I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna get hit, I think. I don't think it matters what I do. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I was too close and at a weird angle to the boss. Not a good combo for dodging that. So I'm gonna go hard left here, and hopefully nobody goes left with me. I'm gonna dodge back towards the middle to give the chat more of an opportunity to dodge. Okay, there we go. I shouldn't have gone left. I should have gone right there. So that was a bad issue on my part. I still dodged the damage, but I gotta be careful. Okay. Yeah, so a lot of that is just make sure, chat, just pay attention to when the boss dips down before it does the attack. Think about, look at the minimap whenever that happens, and then just make a determination where are there less players and walk in that direction. Or like if you're already kind of grouped. Oh, somebody else did. Oh, I was trying to save it. It's so unfortunate. So whoever's button that is, that's so unfortunate that Mila is on that button. I was hoping to get a big buff out of that. I did not guess the button meta there correctly. Could somebody please lure the boss? I feel like I'm not doing any damage. Also, me missing is part of why I'm not doing damage. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you short... Oh, shorter cycle. Not shortest, but we did get short cycled. Oh. That was unfortunate. I got double hit there even though I was moving. I'll revive the chat on that one. Ooh, this boss is being kind of uncooperative, but we got some bowies. Okay, I'm gonna move away from the group. Yeah, we should be good here. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That attack is so jank. I just feel like something should be adjusted so that never double hits. It's so dumb. Like, I will get double hit even though I am moving. And it's such a terrible moment. I get salty every time. I'm like, come on. I'm trying not to get double hit by it. It still double hits me. What a dumb attack. So yeah, I would need 1401 health, I think, to survive that. So that's why it one-shot me at full health. And wasted escape doll. GG, though. Unfortunate. Use our moon atomizers to fix that synchro. No special daggers. Sai getting all the way up to 121. Congratulations. I think that was 8 levels today. Saw the Gust Striker. Did see a couple rare enemies today. It was a nice little cameo appearance in the non-rare enemy week. Lost dropped me a defense material. Don't think that was worth it. I noticed I seem to get like a lot of Rippers and Canes with 40 hit but no special. It's kind of sad. Should be good to go there. Okay. Let's item up and we'll take a break from PSO. So, oh, there was a 50 hit in there. What was the 50 hit? Oh, a Heart Striker. Disappointing. So yeah, we'll just keep trying some mix of TTF and all these other quests. I would like to do DD2 probably as much as we can before the event. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be around in the afternoon before it transitions. So I'm going to see what I could do Friday and go from there. I'm going to try to start a little before 4 o'clock. I might start at like 2 or something, just to get more hours of PSO in. But anyway, I hope everybody had fun. Oh, I like that Vi with the arrow. It's a good one. Oh, that reminds me, before we leave, I need to give Valkigun some items. Let's go to our other character bank. I have to switch to that character. I'm going to make a game on normal. And then I'm going to take that game and then use the coal to get another present. And that'll be the final thing we do for PSO. So let's make sure everybody that has those budding forces enjoy the full buffs. And if you ever come across techniques that you think would be helpful to new players, you can pay it forward to them. But I think at this point I am like stripped bare. I'll have to see if I even have another high level Gafoe. It's possible I do. And that will be an example where I'm going to use the new character reader, because I don't know where that tech would be if I even have it. So because it's not a rare item that I keep oh, can't do gibberish. Ziggy Cole. Password is king. So let's go to the bank. See, that was a Jellin. Did you need anything else, Valkigun? Other than that? Did anybody, for example, need Razan 29? I feel like somebody did. Now would be the time. It's here. Just join the game, and I'll just hand it over. Yeah, just... Oh, I have a good Gafoe 28. Gafoe 28 is good enough to do a run on my own. Okay, never mind. Maybe I'm okay there. Let's do Jellin. Let me know, Valky, if you need anything else. But those 2 levels of Jellin do make a difference. I believe it'll be slightly more range, but more importantly, effectiveness will be improved. So it should make solo gameplay much, much easier. I don't have a Zalor for you, sadly. I do have a spare Shifta. The last one was given away today. I still have enough for myself later. That's about it. There you go. Thank you, Kaiser, for subscribing. Appreciate it. Do you need anything else? Do you need, like, Refoes? Rabardas? Let's figure while we're here. Let me go ahead and take all these out. So again, I'm trying to gather up all of these items for future players, and also potentially if I make more forces. So where we can do. You have 29 and everything else. Nice, nice. Some people have low level grants, so sometimes that's the one that gives problems. So sometimes it'll be like 29 Gafoe, 29 Rabarda, and then like 17 grants, or like 20 grants. Zero Raider saying you found me at last. Welcome, Zero Raider. Hope you're doing well. I've been ambushed. We're giving away some techs. 26 grants. That's still pretty good. It's 1 level from being perfect, to be honest. Because usually you've got technique on to fix that kind of stuff. Alright, so let's take out the coal. You're welcome to join in the quest if you want, but I'm gonna go ahead and switch it on over. Hopefully you're doing well, Zero Raider. I have bad news, though. We are going to be concluding the PSO stream, as we normally stream something else after this. On your vids on YouTube and got into PSO again, thank you. What character are you playing, Zero Raider? We'll go to the Christmas shop. I don't mind talking a little bit more. But yeah, unfortunately we're done for now. I did promise to do some Suikoden tonight. I don't like to be made a liar. I usually just underestimate how long things will take. That's where I get in trouble. Uniworld and Ramar, nice, nice. We ended up playing a lot of Ramar today, although that reminds me I should probably play Uniworld before the event ends at some point. Love on Crystal. I'm not that excited, chat. I'm like, just so many. I have 26, but I have 58 or 59 on another character. So don't let that low number fool you. I am definitely in the 80s with those. Unfortunate. Hoping to get something else out of it. Also, these bronze badges. I don't know what to do with them. Rip, I guess. While we're here, Zero Raider, did you need any techniques for your New World or Realmar? Well, I'm playing a character that has the techniques. Otherwise, after that, that'll be our final thing. So I managed to get another Glide Divine, which is good. We still have a bunch of things. We apparently got a event-only Slicer that is Morella or whatever. That I just don't... is Mazalia or whatever. I don't know. Whatever. I'm looking at it and it's like, it's there. Old throwing blade with hidden power. He is barely to level 70 at the moment, still working towards getting back to ul. Is that a yes, you need techniques? We have like 15s and 20s. But yeah, I would recommend Zero Raider. If you are around, I'm not sure if you're same rough time zone as me in the US, but if you're around Saturday evening, Sunday morning, or Sunday evening, all of those days are going to be transitioning into the XP up. So if you need help getting that last little push from 70 to 80, we're going to dedicate a few hours, at least I'm gonna dedicate a few hours to go straight from 1 to 80 with a few people, and then maybe for a couple people we'll do some like cleanup for that. So you're more than welcome to join in for that last little push. I don't think I need anything else in here. Let me check the other bank. Yeah, like we got your Jellens, Allures, Rebardas. I don't have a rest of 50, I noticed. I have more like Remarl stuff, I would say. You're on MST, everybody's on mental strength. Yeah, I'm on EST. So we stream from my time 4 o'clock to 7:30-ish. Hence the approximation in the title. Still gotta decide your ID for Phone Newman. Well, you got a couple days to think about it. Yeah, normally, just so the team is aware, we have been streaming PSO from usually 7:30 to like midnight or 1 a.m. EST on Wednesday. Somewhat similar on Sunday evening, and then Sunday morning itself around 9-ish my time. We do it. Pink and red are safe bets. For Phone Newman, it's more like what you potentially want to hunt with it, to be honest. I think green is really powerful with them. White is really strong with them. Anything that has a good pod, potentially, with Phone Newman is a good choice. If you're planning to just run them over and over in episode 4, I would say for the most part, just remember, like, just because the ID can get you items that the force can use doesn't mean it's worth it. You have white right now? I mean, white's pretty solid. Like, what we were talking about before about the ID philosophy, usually pick Viridian and green, or one of the above, and pair it with something like white ID, and that is enough to cover a lot of your items. So you have somebody that's really good at TTF, white ID could go there. Yeah, Knight Rider saying they also have a powerful solo game you can farm. Yeah, so that's one of those things. Like, Phone Newmans are going to destroy episode 4. They are not going to be the characters you want to do a lot of episode 2 with. They can be used in TTF, and it helps if you're looking to level that way. It's not the end-all be-all, to be honest, whether or not they have a TTF ID. It helps. If you want to host those games, you will almost always get a game. Yeah. So some of that's just comparing against the IDs that you already have. Yeah. So, like, generally speaking, if you're playing completely on your own and you're cutting out all trades, you would need a pink ID at some point. Pink ID is just better at getting all the barriers on their own. They don't have the best hunts once you have those things. So I could see if you are putting trade into the situation of whether to consider the ID. Pink, I would say, is not on the stronger end compared to the others, but you also have to view it when you have all of your gear, when you have all your fire, ice, storm wands, etc. What runs are you going to be running to the end of time with the character? And that question could be kind of hard for newer players to answer, but I feel like if you're talking about Phone Newman specifically, the answer is usually pod. You're probably going to be running a lot of pods with them, or if you're doing TTF, you can check if it is red ring. And things like white ID has like limiter plus red ring, which, you know, if you're trying to get some easy runs in, or we want some brain dead runs, they're not bad, I would say. Green ID we talked about before. We use on the Rangers because we make mags with them, and that just happens to work for us in terms of ID selection. But really just take a look at episode 4 in particular. They could be fine in episode 1 in particular once you get an Excalibur from another ID or you pay those photon drops in the trade. Their ability to deal with things like Vault Op is not terrible, but they kind of struggle in episode 2. Like, they have good accuracy, but man, you don't want to be farming your core items on that character, generally speaking. Feels pretty terrible. I usually reserve things, like if I'm looking to do hunts on my own and I'm like, okay, I need to do Seabed, Tower, and maybe CCA. What character should I pick? And I'm like, Romarl. Just like, or Ramar. I'm like, what are those characters with Hell with high accuracy? And I just kind of go, yeah, those are the characters I want for that. Purple's also an interesting one. Purple, I think, is really good. If you're going to make a ranger at some point, I recommend just to have a purple ID. I don't know if it matters specifically who does the farms for it, because, like, Purple Caves is fairly easy solo play, since the lilies have different resistances compared to multiplay. But at the same time, if you're trying to get a group together, it's easier to host something like a purple Halloween cookie than it would be trying to hope somebody's doing a purple Halloween cookie, etc. So some of those things, it's kind of... it's subjective. I think purple's also a really good choice. That we were kind of talking before. I think like the 4 most used IDs that we end up doing are probably purple, green, Viridian, white. Viridian is probably falling a little lower in some regards when I'm comparing it against the others, but it still has like everything you need to get started. So like if you just had like one ID, things like Viridian will take you basically all the way there. It gets your V101, it has X-Scal chances, it has LNK 38, which is really good for a lot of different characters. But again, some of them will have weaknesses, like how easy is it to do that X-Cal run? Is it the preferred one? And that's where you will start making characters to go match specific runs. You're like, I have my Phantasmal World 3 character pink ID. I probably shouldn't make that a force. I could if I wanted to, but I have to feel comfortable with doing it, where accuracy is generally preferred over other ones. Yellow needs some chart buffs. Kind of. I will say to that Knight Rider, though, Endless. Endless is such a beautiful quest. I play that all day long on Yellow. What a beautiful quest. It gives me... it skips the hard boss I don't want to deal with, aka Falls. And then it's just raw XP. As you level that character all the way through, there's lots of ruins, lots of caves, lots of mines. Like, oh, what a beautiful quest. Like, what rare are you going for? All of them. So fun. But again, like, there's a lot of IDs, like, I will play them on very specific quests, and that is it. Yeah, green you'll get, like, instant people joining TTF. Viridian, you'll get instant people joining TTF. You won't see Viridian kind of have that staying power in episode 2. I think it's on the weaker side there. So that's where like situational IDs will shine a little bit. Like blue seabed is really good. Red seabed will always have a purpose for box runs. Sky ID will always have Seal J Sword, and sometimes box run alternate for Caliber / Twin Blaze. So it's not to say that some of them aren't great, but just be aware, if you're playing with a limited set of IDs, you're going to start with the broad stroke one, and then you have a character you're going to take all the way to the end of time. So sometimes you really do have to sit there and figure out what you're going to do solo. Like, what is your favorite character to do TTF? And some of that requires, you know, you have to play the character and get a feel for it. But generally speaking, you know, you don't want to be bringing hunters into certain hard areas of episode 2, for example, unless you are so dedicated to learning the routes and everything else to overcome the handicap. Or you could just play like Rawcast or Rawmar, and then it's like free. Like there's just there's certain there's certain ones you can do. I just don't recommend them with those characters. So I, for example, will find it to be much easier to just have a strong generalist character to be like on Rawcast. So I have fun with his Viridian ID because he could do whatever I need and carry. But what if only Humar? Don't speak such nightmares, Chris. Humar is gonna be blue ID. Yeah, like there's some quests that could be useful. Like for example, the counterpoint to that is if you're looking to run a respective tomorrow, where you're going to be fighting a lot of the bosses, and you're looking to get that parasitic gene flow. Like, I'll play blue ID into that, for example, over some of the other IDs, where if I'm playing ones that might focus on temple or might focus on jungle, you will not see me touch blue ID at all. I'll be playing, you know, your pink IDs or white IDs all the way through. Or if I'm doing tower, I'm definitely doing white ID. Those kinds of things. It's just those characters I have to think about which ones am I actually going to use in those situations, and 9 times out of 10, the answer will be Ranger. I'll be real honest with you, chat. After having played every character, the answer is just do it with a Ranger, and it's much easier. But there are things you could get away with hosting to make sure people join the run, and forces have that benefit. Like if you host a TTF as a force, it's going to be very, very easy to have smooth runs pretty much all the way through, because you control the buffs, you control the debuffs, and potentially you have Excalibur or things like Bringer's Arm to do some auxiliary damage. So those are things you have to kind of consider as you play through the game. I do think for the most part, Force is fairly easy to solo through, in particular with Fonumen, but they might not be as brain-dead easy in some areas as Ramarl is in some of the later areas. So just kind of balance that. How much are you going to solo with them? How much do you want to just believe in the party power to carry you? And that will make some determinations for you. Qcast's also a really solid option. But you have to, again, be willing to learn some of the tougher things and be willing to realize if I'm doing these runs without Charge Vulcan, or I'm doing certain high enemy density quests without Twin Blaze, you're at a very big disadvantage compared to players that have already geared up for it. It's kind of like trying to play a Force without ever having learned Gafoe. Like, you could do it. I don't recommend it. Like, you could get away with it if other people will cover you in some of those scenarios. But if everybody's roughly at the same power level as you go through, you're going to find it to be a little rough. So some of those characters I enjoy making second or third because I'm going to gather all those hit items from either box runs or trades or things of that nature. And then that will make those experiences as like an ATP Fomar or like Slicer Fomar way easier. I have a quick question. The Mat Mag min-max on Wiki for Fomar is okay. I'm guessing so. I mean, we did a whole video on Mags. She's the only character that overcaps, and you have leniency with materials. So the way you kind of play through the game is if you can pump stats that make you do more damage, you focus on that first. If this is one of your earlier characters. The reason being, it doesn't make sense to really delay your power. If you happen to mess up, it doesn't matter. The intent for like later characters is you either go for like raw power so you can equip stuff early, clear faster, and therefore get your materials back at a faster rate and also enjoy the endgame content sooner. Or if you're willing to potentially get carried and or you're a character that is already so kitted out that they don't need to worry about anything, you go straight for min-max. So that way they have a mag sitting there for when they get to like level 197, 198 that they transition to match whatever is on those kinds of guides. And in the meantime, they also have like a generic 150 power, 45 ATA mag. Sometimes they don't need that necessarily, and again, there's always the exception to the rule. Q New World is a pain in the butt to level for that reason. But generally speaking, those are the philosophies behind those. It's kind of hard to permanently mess up Fomar. She has, I think, 16 material leniency, I want to say offhand. She's the only character with material leniency. So if you wanted those 16 to go towards mind or power, 17, I was close. That was pretty good for offhand, chat. That was pretty good. But yeah, you have leniency with the materials. So if you want to have more luck, so that way you don't need a red ring to cap luck score, then you could do it. If you just want to make sure you're at max MST sooner, that way you can learn stuff faster, you do it. Or if you just want to make sure if you're swapping and you have a pure mind mag and you actually just want to use those 17 materials for power material, so that way you can use your slicers for more damage and such earlier, then you could do that as well. But ultimately it doesn't matter. She's overflowed with stats. They did her wrong, chat. I'm completely convinced. She doesn't follow the design philosophy of any character. She's such a mess. Rip her mind score somehow being lower than Fomar's, whatever game. Where's her like 60 MST at, chat? Where'd it go? Let's petition Fomarl to get 60 more ATP, 60 more MST. Balance it out better. So dumb. Yeah, her stats are like low. Yeah, the way I think with Fomarl as well, and I'm just gonna say this to all players, because I feel like if you're trying to play her as a force, you're going to be disappointed. If you play her as a buffing tank that is unkillable, you will have more fun with her. So all we do is slice her with her all day long, and it literally out DPSs her spells. In particular, if you have Slicer Fanatic or 13 plus Disco Brave Man. You will literally sit there with 3 seals, which is a very easy item to pick up for 1k in the gambles, and be basically 33% resist to everything. You'll take less damage from spells than every other character in the game. Your HP is really high relative to the other forces. Your defense is relatively high compared to the other forces. And then you can SN glitch to throw Disca to basically just snipe kill everything in the game. And then if something somehow threatens you, you have Jelen's Allure, so you take 0 damage, and then you blow them up with Berserk. She's one of the safest characters to Berserk with due to that, because she could Jelen 30 somebody. Is it the fastest? No, but can she literally be untouchable in solo play all the time? She literally can go into many areas and not be damaged outside of spells. And even then, we're talking spells are going to be doing like, oh no, she took like 10 damage from landing, you know, Hildebear. Oh boy. Then the Hildebear is like, oh, I'm gonna shoot lightning at you. Oh boy, you took like 60 of her 1500 health. Who cares? Like, so she'll be like, okay. And then you just rambling may shoot him in the face. So that's how I would view that character. I feel like if you're trying to be a spellcaster, you really should be Fonumen or maybe Fomar if you're looking to be a hybrid. But just be aware that Fomar is really, really, really punishing if you don't have hit items. I don't like him as a first force for that reason. Whereas you get more natural MST as the Fonumen, and you still get the fast casting, and you get better cast bonus on the way there. So you got the Ron, Gifoes, for example, all maxed. Yeah, there are certain characters that scale super well with equipment. Fomar is one of them. Hughcast is one of them. Fonumen is okay. It's okay. His ATP is pretty low. You have to be like near max level to use Excalibur, just to be aware. From personal experience, I don't think I could have worn it until like 170 or something without seriously compromising Mind Score at the same time. Which is not ideal to switch between Power Mag and Mind Mag on him. Thinking about Green or Viridian on Rumar. Yeah, take a look. I think of Viridia is currently like the classic TTF one, but Green's still a really solid one, and it nets you better episode 2 rares compared to Viridia. And I also think Green is still really strong in episode 4 because it gives you things like Heaven Striker, B101. So it's pretty good there. It just won't give you necessarily amazing rare enemy week 1s compared to like White ID or Viridian. Like Viridian episode 4 surface is bonkers on rare enemy week. White ID Forest is insane on rare enemy week. You could get gold, handgun gold or whatever, plus all those other useful rares on Forest for some reason. But anyway, Chad. We ended up having quite a long talk for PSO, but I think I'm gonna wrap up PSO in a moment. Yeah, like as I said before, just take a look at the endgame rares. If you're really not familiar, oh, thank you for the follow, Zero Raider. Take a look at the recommended rares that are on the wiki. I think the wiki has definitely been improving this year on the whole, so congrats to whoever is maintaining it currently. It talks mostly about the endgame, but it doesn't necessarily give you the steps you need. So what I would do is just go, if I'm gonna farm my own spread needle, what character is gonna do ruins? If I'm gonna get Red Ring, do I have a character that's really good at solo Red Ring? Or do I have someone that's really easily joining in a hosted TTF? Those are kinds of things that you will start to question as you go through there. and only you will find the answer as to what character you want to do TTF with. Like, I have fun with Rawcast into it. I have fun with it with Rockaseel. I sometimes like it with Faux Newman. I don't enjoy it as Faux Marl. I don't enjoy it as most hunters. Because there's just certain things I don't like not having the power over. And what I mean by that is, like, the Volt Op monitors feel super bad to do with certain hunters. Like, I love HughCast and all, but I'm like, man, I don't really want to host and be player one as HughCast. Like, I'll join games as the HughCast and level, but I don't know about anything else. So just think about it. Test it out. Choose IDs. The worst that happens, you just make another character of the same class of a different ID. Yeah. One thing also to consider with hunters end up being a lot about the dark flow metagame, and that could be a big turnoff for players. Like, for me, I'm not a huge fan of mech guns, and I'm not a huge fan of dark flow. So I'm not going to go into a lot of the, I would say, meta potential runs with the hunters that require you to be low HP, really strict positioning to make sure you can punish an insta-kill, charge Vulcan strats. I'm like, I'm just not a fan of it. I don't mind them on the team, and I don't mind doing some lockdown and paralysis with those kinds of characters, but I'm like, it's not my playstyle. So just be aware, sometimes there are, like, complete meta-defining ones. Yeah, I don't mind going to low HP gradually from Berserk. Like, I'm not gonna stray from, like, Heaven Striker, for example. And sometimes I would not give up on, like, a chart. Or if I had a better Berserk Vulcan than Charge Vulcan, I would use a Berserk Vulcan. So there's certain weapons where I'm okay with it. I just don't like the fact that I could just never, ever heal. I don't think I would feel comfortable with that in a lot of runs. So anyway, chat. Let's chat a little bit. We'll close up some PSO here. So I'm going to transition into another game. If you are interested in more PSO, I would recommend we're going to be doing an early start tomorrow, probably. So instead of 4 o'clock, I'm going to try to aim for at least 3 o'clock. It could be a little earlier than that, so we could get more hours of PSO in during our bonus time. And definitely reach out on our Discord. So we're going to do a self-promote here right at the end. So take a look at our link to the Discord if you're looking to hop into runs. And we're going to try to help people that are looking to get their first character to 80. I believe, for example, Black Spidey earlier was looking to get their first character to Ultimate. So we're going to try to help them end of Saturday into, like, Sunday morning, depending on when they're available. And in general, we have a lot of people doing Christmas runs on high-level play. So we have more veteran players, I would say, like Hoopweed and HellCleave, that have a lot of gear. And Parameter has a lot of endgame gear, and it's definitely getting to the point where I think a Parameter could almost carry games. I think you're getting pretty close to Parameter. You have a lot of the items. I think now you just need to get more of the experience. Sometimes literally experience. I think if your character just got like 10 more levels, that would also help a little bit. So we're gonna do our best to level ults of them or level their primaries, whatever happens first. And from there, we're going to determine, I guess, where the chat would like to go across the next week or so. So take a look at the Discord, make some comments there. And again, if you haven't joined the Ephinea Discord, which I highly recommend if you would like to do some trades, and sometimes looking for group can work there, but it could be a bit of a delay. Take a look there. However, chat, I think I'm going to take a short break. And when I return, we're going to be doing a different game. So for now, for those that were sticking around for PSO, I'd like to say thank you again for watching, and hope to see you again in the next part.